happened to Philippa 3's 130 HP? I like that a lot better than this 9.
Man. You're being that guy from Target again. Like, yeah. All right. Let's see. He has actual proper stats now, so that's a thing. All right. Not that I think you'd want to send him into battle or anything with his
nah, not yet.
Potential 3d4 damage per round. All right. Last time, we finished up the Mithril Hall. Through diplomacy, you were able to sway the Forge Master into reigniting the Forge and actually sticking around to help with the creation of powerful weapons, specifically weapons made from mithril, but also other magical weapons can be made there, thanks to the acquisition of Pythor's hammer, which was actually just sort of hanging out, doing nothing. So that has been added to the mix. And then Vulcan, who may or may not be the god of craft, is headed over there and is also going to be assisting with that. They had big plans and big dreams. They began in earnest to try and get the forge back up and running as quickly as possible and train your dwarven allies in the ways of smithing with the equipment located in the Mithril Forge. During that time, you spent several weeks in Astoria resting, leveling up, and learning new skills and abilities. So we're going to cover some of the stuff that happened during the downtime. One would argue that you can't die during a downtime flashback, but that's not true. So, you know, just keep that in mind. All right, so I guess we'll just go ahead and jump into this. Let's handle... There's a lot to cover here. I'm going to handle this one first, because this one's pretty intense. So I will drag you guys over to the palace. Here we go. All right, so at the Palace of Astoria, which we now have an actual map for. So if anybody decides they want to try to like smoke Vulcan or Pythor or something like that, it's a possibility now. All right, so let's see if drag one of these guys out. There we go. So if you would have been here for this particular part of the downtime, which is to say a fun family meal where you get an update on the status of the Mithril Forge, go ahead and drag your miniature down. Else I will assume that you're off doing something else.
Is this shortly after we returned with the Forge ready, or is this a couple weeks in?
This is about 2 weeks into the... no, I'd say about a week into the downtime. Yes, it's about a week into the downtime.
I think Astreus would be gone by then.
Okay. Alright, so just Phil? Nobody else there? Having dinner with the family by yourself?
Talus would probably be still in the glade.
Okay. Fair enough. Alright.
Phil would have invited everyone to the meal with his family.
Aww.
If you have time.
Okay. Is it anybody? Anybody at all? I mean, no?
Well, I guess we could take a day trip.
Alright. Yeah. Trying to find some chill music for a palace scene, but also I rearranged all my monitors, so my head's like swiveling all over the place trying to remember which monitor I'm supposed to look at. Let's see. We'll clear this, put in some of this. Alright, it's not too bad. Okay. So, okay, Anastasia's there. Nice. Flip of threes. Yep. So, about a week into this, there is word from your father that Vulcan, the dwarf, wink, that you befriended, that is taking care of getting the Mythril Forge back up and running to full strength, is coming to dinner. He would very much like you and your sister to be there, and you guys could bring any of your friends. So. All right. Let's see. One. All right. Yeah, we'll assume like some other people were invited, maybe by your sister. She's a lot more social. There we go.
Oh, I thought maybe she just had like septuplets of handmaidens or something.
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, there he is. Okay.
Kylo.
All right. So, as you guys are all sitting down and enjoying a meal, it is a delicious fare of salads, fresh meats, plates with cheeses and dried breads to dip in like olive oil arrangements that have all sorts of like exotic spices and seasonings in them. There's a whole course of just eating like essentially pastries. So it's a good time. It's a good time. Phil, it's I see you're sitting next to the princess. That's cool. It is awkward. I guess it's as awkward as Chiros, Piglet of Legend, having his own seat at the table, which is a thing now. He's become kind of the favored of Pythor. So, as dinner is had, all of these kind of influential friends of Honora, they're there and they're listening. They want to hear the stories of your guys' adventures so far and things like that. Vulcan, he watches everyone with an astute eye and a smile hidden beneath his beard. It seems like he's in pretty good spirits, but every now and then he kind of looks over at Philippocles, and then he kind of looks over at Pythor, and he just kind of shakes his head in like disappointment. Not so much at Phil, but after looking at Phil and then looking at Pythor, he kind of shakes his head in a way that only a father can look at a son that they are disappointed in. So, yeah. As dinner kind of comes to a close, Pythor is just kind of like, oh, second desserts! Yeah, we need second desserts out here! But Vulcan is like, actually, why don't, Honora, why don't you take your friends out into the gardens? I have to speak with the, I have to speak with the chosen, and all that, so, chosen stuff that, I can't be saying, in front of, civilians. And he sort of flashes a smile through his beard at all the people assembled, and they seem a little chuffed at this, but Honora gets his meaning, and she begins to lead everybody out. You see Kylo Ren walk by Philippocles, and he walks up to Honora and says, would you take my arm, my lady? And she does. She does. And they walk out arm in arm, followed by all these other nobles. There we go. All right.
Yeah. Dies during the downtime.
Vulcan, he kind of watches them go, and when he's sure that they are a safe distance out of earshot, he says, all right, Philippocles. been trying to think of a way to let you down easy that wouldn't make you angry at your pops. But, well, I don't know. Oh, jeez. And Pythor says, oh, Dad, come on. What's the big deal? You were working on that weapon we've been planning for years, right? The one that I quested for all the amazing materials and all that. Hold on. And he like reaches into his toga. He starts kind of fishing around for something. There's a lot of stuff going on inside that toga. And he's like, where is it? Hold on. I had a backup copy. Did you lose the plans I gave you? Is that what's happening, Dad? Here, look. Here, see, it's right here. Yeah. Right? I mean, how hard is that to make, Dad? Come on. This is your thing. You make stuff, right?
That's awesome.
Right? Okay, so, I designed this. I'm never going to use it. This is for Phil. This is for my boy. So, get the lead out or whatever. When's it going to be ready? Yeah. Vulcan just kind of looks at him, and he says, yes, well, you see, the amount of enchantments that you're trying to put onto this thing, I can't just be re-smelting some already used adamantine. I need the divine adamantine ingots. You know, those, the ones that you quote-unquote quested for, that you took from the Empyreans themselves and their secret vault. Those ingots. And you see Pythor get real quiet, and he kind of like, a shadow falls over his face. And then Vulcan says, you wouldn't happen to know what happened to all of our divine adamantine ingots, would ya, son? And Pythor kind of swallows real hard. You could see these kind of gripping the table. The marble's starting to kind of crack. This is a new table, smaller than the one he threw the other day and broke, but it's still, sizable. Pythor kind of looks over at you, Phil, and you see all the color kind of drained from his face. And he says, boy, you do have those nice sandals I gave you, and I mean, we could make you, a great sword out of mithril or a big hammer. And Vulcan smashes his fist down to the table, and you see spittle fly from his beard, and he says, I want to know where my fucking divine adamantine ingots went! And you see Pythor kind of slowly turn in his chair, and he says, Dad, you know how me and Hexia, we kind of had a thing, and it didn't work out. She kind of took it when she left. She took a lot of stuff when she left. And you see Vulcan's eyes just kind of go wide, and he just kind of shakes his head, and he says, is there nothing that woman can't just take from you? You just let her take from you over and over and over again. And you see that he looks completely admonished, like he is just so ashamed and so embarrassed, and you could tell right away that this is why he kind of waited for the room to be empty. And he just kind of slumps a bit in his chair. And Vulcan, he looks over and he says, hey, I'm sorry to be the one bringing you this news, Philippocles, but until I get them divine ingots back from the foul beast Hexia, that would be the same one that has your mom. I can't be making no. He takes the piece of paper and brandishes it. A rod o' lordly might or whatever. But, like your father said, I could certainly get you a better weapon. You're going to need it if you head into Telemark. So, that's that.
Well, Phil feels like he was promised a BMW for his Sweet 16, but his father instead bought it for his mistress. So he's just kind of
Yeah, that's not too far. Yeah, I could see that. Ugh.
Well, I'll get those ingots back. I plan on recovering Mom anyways. I'll just take whatever you can get me.
All right. Vulcan grunts and he just kind of grabs a hold of Pythor's shoulder and gives it a hard squeeze. You hear kind of the crack of bone a little bit, and Pythor kind of winces and almost kind of like snaps like with his teeth at Vulcan, and Vulcan just kind of gives him a look like, don't you fucking do that. And Pythor angrily kind of stands up and says, well, boy, I'm sorry. I can't wait till you're done with these trials so you can go clean up all your old man's fucking mistakes. And he just kind of storms out.
We were having such a nice meal.
He's a good boy. He's too capricious. His heart is too big and stupid. Hexia done him all manner of wrong, but he can't bring himself to do anything about it.
Alright, I will.
If you do, you'll be freeing your father from a prison he's been in for a very long time. I fear, however, he's about to go dive into his favorite prison, rather than own up to the feelings he's having. I'm pretty good at fixing things, but I can't seem to fix my own kids.
Yeah, they're pretty messed up, from what I found out.
Well, you know, my wife and I, we tried a real hands-off approach, real liberal, let the kids kind of do what they want, as long as you're doing it at the house. Hey, it's okay. And, I mean, 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Except for that one, married a complete sack of shit, so I guess it's 3 for 3. And he just kind of like puts his face down solemnly. Raising kids is hard. It's not hard, though. Forging Mithril. Man, might as well head back now. There's no reason to stay. Alright. Well. He goes to give you a hug. Do you accept the hug?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, he pulls you in, gives you hard pats on the back. Dallas, always a pleasure. Anastasia, I got everybody working hard, so we'll have mithril weapons enchanted and ready to go within 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks. We'll have them ready. All right, and so he kind of heads out.
Dude, Phil just looks at Anna and Talis and he's like, it's so great having a family.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Yeah, Phil, it's weird, but like you've never heard Anastasia talk about her family. You're pretty sure they don't exist. It's really weird. Yeah. She's like one of them Final Fantasy characters with the super super orphan status, like beyond normal orphan.
And now Phil feels really bad because he went from like being orphan status
Yeah.
to to like just inheriting a family out of nowhere. Oh, we'll find your family.
All right.
Thanks for coming to this meal.
No problem.
Okay. So next up, we're gonna check in with Talus at the Grove, or do you need some more time, Talus?
Oh no.
Okay. All right. We're just jumping all over the place. It's timey-wimey time. Everything is just going every which direction. All right.
I guess I'll go ahead and delete all of these.
Aw. I mean, you could keep them there like, an inspirational poster, like a little chimera kitten. It's like, hang in there, kind of thing. All right.
Yeah, I'll just delete them.
Oh man. All right. So, you guys, would anybody be here, or is this kind of a solemn secret thing for Talus and Karina?
Well, anybody who wanted to come as well, it wouldn't have excluded
Okay.
anyone from coming.
Is
He
there
would let him
anyone
know
that
where
is
he
like,
was going.
yeah, is there anyone that's like druid curious that would want to attend this?
I feel like Anna would want to go, but I feel like in my downtime I kind of split myself up too thin. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
All right.
I definitely want to go though.
Let's see. Well, through the magic of this being a game, you guys technically are able to be there. Let's see. Ooh, this might be a good one. Is this too dramatic? Oh yeah, this is too dramatic. You know what? I'll grab the music from the last time you were in the Old Woods. That's good music. Hold on. Going way back for this one. There we go. All right. So, you speak with Hercus about training as a druid and potentially calling in a favor. You bring Karina with you to the Old Wood as sort of a field trip as you continue to train her in the ways of the Amazonian enclave. So let's see. Go ahead and drag yourself out to the map if you'd like. All right. There are all manner of beasts assembled at this Druid's Enclave meeting. It's hard to know who is a Druid and who is an animal. You see the mighty Thylean dire wolf. Yeah, looks like he came right off of a sweatshirt. You see the less mighty but no less cool Thylean black wolf. You see a squirrel. You see that there are assembled two nymphs, as well as three of the elder druids. These were obviously druids who were not interested in reaching level 20 and ending the aging effect that time had on their bodies. Or if they did, they took their sweet time getting there. You also see an adorable fox over here, because there's not enough foxes in D&D.
Absolutely.
The most terrifying thing that is present is a creature that the Amazonians spoke of only in hushed whispers, because the creature is so invasive, so cruel, so terrifying, that many worried if they spoke of it too often, it might show up. And that is, of course, the geese of the foreign lands of Canada.
They are terrifying.
Yeah, the inside of their mouth features like 6 different ridges of razor-sharp teeth. Said that a bite from one of these creatures will bleed till you die, much like the serrated glaive of a bearded devil. Oh, North Canadonia, my bad. Yeah, so the geese of North Canadonia. So, Hercus says, I really appreciate that you saved me, and I haven't forgotten. So, when I received your sendings, it was, there was no arguing. Of course I want to help you. Of course. You did so much for me. And I said, yeah, there's a boon of the Druids. And I was not lying when I said that. Nope. Yeah, like in your correspondence with the armor and stuff and all that, yeah, that's definitely something that we could do. You know, we could work something out. Anyways, so the Council of Three, you're gonna speak with them and tell them your interest in their ways and learning more of the land and whatnot, and hopefully it all goes well. So good luck. I believe in you. And he kind of scurries behind some nearby foliage. All right. Everyone just sort of waits.
So
and then Hercus sort of points to this ledge right here, and like does like a up gesture.
Climb up the ledge there. Now, is this in the forest shrine down below? Like, has it changed as much down there? Right.
No, this is actually a location in the Old Wood.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they have not gone to reclaim that place. This is their own little Druid's Grove.
Okay.
All right. So this old dude was a little crow, because he's like, yeah, I spend 1 wild shape and I get to summon a familiar, because Druids didn't have enough shit going for him. In your face, wizards. And he kind of eyes you and says, you are the tallest dryad I've ever seen. Either that or you're the skinniest and shortest treant. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, step over here. Some of us can't see so well.
Oh, sorry.
What brings you here? Hercus says that you did a great deed. You and your allies put down the mad dryad Demetria.
It was a regrettable situation, but
yes. Yeah. Anyone pushed too far is bound to snap eventually. Yes. So you stand with the chosen of the Oracle, those who would aid the settlers in their plight as they continue their infestation of the land.
That's part of why I'm here. The more I am, of course, not of this land. I am. So
then the songs are true. You are a man who fell from the sky.
Yes, that is the most apt description. Though I don't think I could even be called a man. I am made of wood and metal, yet do have the soul of a living creature.
Are you like an awakened tree? She also has a familiar, because again, just uses 1 wild shape to get a familiar. It's that easy.
I believe we are similar in nature, and that's part of why I have come to try to understand more of myself and what was used to create me. For while I was built, I was given the same almost awakening as it seems the trees do. Some of the trees.
Okay.
As part of the Chosen, we are trying to be better than the Dragonlords that came before us. I think part of this is understanding the land of which we are trying to save, to try to make a peace between it, not dominate it, as the Dragonlords of the past seem to have.
As you say these words, you see that the two nymphs that are assembled, they kind of nod their heads. Their eyes, both hopeful but distrustful.
Well, you say you want to be better than those who came before. They set the bar pretty low. If anything, they just did whatever they could to scrape by. Grabbed on to whatever piece of flotsam passed by in the storm and clung to it for dear life.
And
I dare say, anyone should be able to do better than that.
I also understand they were acting on some troubled times. We have the benefit of starting from a beginning of the conflict, from a time of peace. We're hoping to use this as a foothold to elevate ourselves and be better prepared.
Well, he speaks well. He speaks very well. But so have many others. Do you understand that our order is dedicated to sacrifice?
I do understand, though I'm not sure if I am one to participate in sacrifice. I am one who I have come here to try to learn to seek unity, to live in peace with nature. My personal belief is that while I was constructed by man, that I can still seek to have an understanding of nature.
This smaller old lady kind of pulls the other two in for a druid huddle. Do you try to eavesdrop on the druid huddle?
I could attempt to listen.
Okay. Give me a perception check. Okay. What words you do hear are in Druidic, the secret language of Druids. This is one of the only times it has ever come into play, ever. But yeah, they're having a secret conversation in Druidic. While you're there, just sort of slightly turning your head a bit so your ear hole's picking up more sounds, Tarina is hanging out with Hercus and kind of just scoping the scene. The demons made feathered flesh sort of just float around, murdering small fish and frogs, anything that gets near them. They're savages. They're just the worst. The nymphs both sort of just chill and watch the exchange the druids are having, and also your stoic stance as you wait to find out their verdict. Finally, the huddle breaks, and both the speaking druids nod to the one who has not spoken. And this old man says,
Well, Hercus, Hercus promised you a great boon, but Hercus is a young initiate. He has no power here, and he does not speak for our order in such a way. He will be lucky if the gods do not see fit to curse him for making such an oath. But perhaps we could save Hercus from his fate and help you understand this great land a bit more at the same time. Why not stay with us and learn a bit more of our ways, stranger? Perhaps our teachings will serve to guide you and your allies as you proceed on this great quest the fates have spun for you.
I am very grateful for your offer and accept.
Hercus, come forward.
And he sort of timidly approaches.
You will keep an eye on these two. Any deeds that they do will reflect directly on you. So be mindful, for the full moon approaches, and the earth needs feeding.
And you see Hercus get like real pale, kind of like shrink down into his druid cloak a little bit.
All right then, let us begin. We'll teach you what it means to live on and with the great goddess Thylea.
All right, and so your training begins. All right. So we'll zoom on back to Astoria, where Reset is training until her sandals break, and then some. That's what it says here? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's mostly just training.
Okay. And we've established that even though your sparring partner / trainer is a fabulous hunk of a Resian man, older, more experienced, maybe a little wiser in many ways, this is 100% just training professional stuff. No funny business.
Well, over the week, actually this morning, I sat down and I was going to write down what she did. And then about half an hour later, I looked at what I wrote, and it turned into a fan fiction. And I don't want to share it.
Okay, fair enough. So maybe it's a little bit more than just training, I guess.
No, it's
Okay.
totally just nothing of that sort.
Oh, okay.
It just sounds very, very erotic.
Oh, all right. I mean, that's how a Resian do, though. Yeah. Anybody who watches the training, it's definitely charged. These are people that very much are like a hybrid of like Spartans and I guess a bit of like Athenians, like if they got mashed together, where they just there is art in violence, there's art in battle, and there's art in sacrifice, and there's also prestige in living simply. So yeah, you guys, you fight with just normal equipment. You spar so long that equipment wears out. You spar so long that your bodies wear out. There's an entire day where you just sort of lay there, barely able to move, because every muscle in your body is just destroyed from the efforts. And there is also a strange combination of like derisiveness and respect between at least from him towards you, where he is quick to congratulate you on success, but also very quick to point out any shortcomings. Anybody who happens to watch some of these lessons and these sparring matches would start to have a greater idea of why Reset is the way she is. If this man is representative of the culture that she came from, that is always seeking perfection, and she herself was prophesized at a young age to be this great and gifted individual, the combination of coming from such a society and then having that thrown on top of it, it is a marvel that the pressure has not completely crushed her by now. So I don't know who swings on by the diplomat's estate to kind of check in on her. But if you do, each day is pretty much the same, just rigorous trainings that at times seem more like beatings or just outright torture. It is absolutely intense. So anybody swing by or?
Yeah, I know would definitely have checked in on her.
Okay. What would Anna's reaction be to the way this guy goes about training and just like the shell basically that is left of Reset during this training, that she's almost seems to have been emptied out of like anything besides a drive to train and spar and fight and practice?
Probably a lot of confusion at first because she definitely wouldn't be used to this. I mean, she's probably heard of Arisia, but probably not met many Arisians.
Yeah. It's like an entire society of like type A people. Yeah.
But they're
Like
they're- I
if
think
they had
Right.
invented 3-ring binders, like everyone would just be keeping like 3-ring binders of like everything. Like that's where they're at. All the kids are in like the STEM program. Like it's that kind of situation.
Yeah. I feel like maybe Anastasia would probably maybe be spying on some of the matches, and every time Reset gets a good hit, and she goes, yeah.
Okay.
But, and then, I don't know what else besides that.
Reset, would
she's
you
okay.
accept any visitors during this time or no?
She wouldn't mind anyone watching, but she wouldn't be interacting with them really.
Okay.
She might say like hi, but
Mhm.
then she'd immediately go back to sparring.
Okay. The worst part of the downtime for you and the sparring is not overcoming the incredible sense of obligation you feel to your homeland, to your family, to yourself, to destiny. The worst part are these horrible fucking sandals. They're so bad.
They are.
Your feet just are bleeding all the time. One of the pairs still had like a hobnail in it. It cut your foot up real bad. When you go to speak with Dymus and Elion about it, how do you bring up the shoe situation, or do you just sort of endure?
Well, I think after the third, fourth pair that
Mhm.
come back in like 4 days, 4 pairs in 4 days, I start mentioning like, would you be able to perhaps try to make them a little more durable? They seem to be breaking apart during my training.
All right. So the two brothers kind of look at each other, and then Dymus kind of speaks up, and he's like, "Well, you see, you might be using them a bit more than we planned for them to be used." And he kind of gives a nervous smile.
Well, wouldn't that be great for the brand then? You know, the Reset sandals are more durable than others because they're meant to be used more.
Okay. They look around nervously because they don't want anybody to hear that you don't like the shoes that are named after you, that they've been selling like buckets of because you endorse them. And Dymus says, "Well, hero of the chosen, you understand that you've done a great thing for me,
and my brother, and given us a greater purpose. You have set us late in life on a path that we always wished we could have followed. But I don't think that we are very good at making sandals or shoes.
Dimus,
But now we have all these orders, and your name is on them. People, they are back ordered. We don't have enough time in the day to make all of the reset sandals, and then to have you come and point out to us that they cannot endure prolonged combat. Some of the people that are buying them, they are soldiers and hoplites. Do you see the predicaments that we find ourselves in?
Dimus, I did not come here to tell you that your sandals are bad. I came to buy another pair, but I want you to be better. Why do you think I've gone through so many pairs? Because I've been using them every day, trying to get better, because that's what I have to do. And now you could be like this and cry about how you can't work.
Oh, his face
can't
flushes with anger.
Work with that workload, or you could do better. Each pair that you make, you learn something new, and the next pair becomes a little stronger, a little more durable. This is the perfect time for you to get better. That's the way I see it. That's why I'm doing this every day, so I can get better.
His face flushes with anger and shame, and he kind of lowers his eyes, and his mouth a thin line. He says,
I understand. We will make you a new pair of sandals today, and right this minute. We will close up the shop, and we will make you a new pair of sandals right now.
And they do. And those sandals are all right. They're like the best Payless sandals that you could have gotten.
They last like an extra hour.
Yeah, it's still pretty bad. These guys are definitely going to need some help.
A little improvement.
Now, you recall, before she died, Kyra said that she was going to get gnomes to just make all the shoes. But apparently, that's not happening, because she died. So, now the shoe deal is in danger of going belly up with your name attached to it. These two old dudes that thought they could be cobblers, I mean, I don't know what to do.
Well, Dimus, how much money have you made so far?
Oh, we have made a great deal of money, and because your manager, Kyra, died so horribly, may the gods keep her and love her, and may she stay out of Lutheria's kingdom. And he kind of pours out a little bit from his flask when he brings her up. So we do have money. We thought about maybe hiring people, but we are embarrassed that if we hire people, they will see that we do not know what we are doing.
Perhaps then you do not need to hire anyone, but rather find someone to teach you, to work under.
Oh, do you think that would be shameful? We are both very old.
But you're both still learning.
All right, the two
There's
brothers
no
kind of
shame
look at each other.
attached to wanting to get better.
Well, that is what we will do. I don't suppose, Great Chosen One, you have any knowledge of where we could find a great cobbler to train us?
Well, do I know if dwarves tend to be cobblers? or is it just
Well,
gnomes?
according to dwarves, they are the best at all crafts. According to stories, gnomes are the best cobblers.
Would I have heard? Can I make a check to see if I've heard of any gnomes in the city, or if Kyra mentioned the name of any of those gnomes?
Yeah, you could do that.
Isn't
Go
like
ahead
a
and give me a history check. Okay. There is a village of halflings, like a community of halflings outside of Astoria. That's the closest concentration of small folk that you know of.
Okay, well, halflings aren't gnomes. She's not
They are not.
racist. So she will mention the dwarves then.
Okay.
Perhaps they're not gnomes, but they are quite knowledgeable in blacksmithing and the creation of things. Perhaps some of their skills can be translated into your work.
All right. They will try to find a dwarven cobbler to train them. We'll see how that goes. All right. So, you return to your training. And yeah, let's jump on over to the Temple of the Dragonlords to check in on Astraeus. Astraeus, I know that you secretly have a surname. How do we pronounce your secret surname?
Rade.
Rade. Okay. Got it. Like the dude that was in Psych? Or is he Rode?
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Rade was the first officer on Andromeda in the Commonwealth days.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So, you head back to the Temple of the Dragonlords. You have grown out your hair during your time with the Chosen, as indicated by your new miniature, and gotten a bit more beat up. You feel like in the care of the Oracle, she may have babied you a little bit, like baby fresh kind of situation. And now that
there
you
was like moisturizers.
Oh yeah. She had
there's-
you on like a daily skin routine, and like she was always like obsessed with cutting your hair. I'm gonna put out Versy's business. She's one of those ladies that likes to pop back pimples. You know what I'm saying? So like she's always harassing you. Yeah, like she had like a whole kit for it. It was horrible. If Instagram was a thing, she would have totally like been videoing like the pimple popping for her feed.
I mean, I love her, but I mean, if there was one thing that I could be like, no, we change this, it would be that.
Fair.
Cause that nasty.
All right. So back at the temple. Yeah. Let's see. What were you trying to cover here? You wanted to kind of follow up a bit more on your history? You wanted to talk to this guy about your dreams? Like, you wanted to just confront him about your theory? Like, what is the plan here?
Well, my plan was that over the first few days, he would be wanting to learn anything he can about this Astraeus who led the Dragonlords. Not necessarily alluding to any thoughts I had or suspicions, just getting as much information from Aesop as I could. And once he feels like he really doesn't have anything else he can tell me, I intend to go get the answers from the one person I think has them.
As you are asking Aesop these things, Aesop begins to, especially as your hair kind of grows back out and you start to really resemble the statue that is present, and the more he talks to you and the more he teaches you about the history of the Dragonlords, he himself starts to kind of become a bit suspicious. He contacts fellow historians and tracks down something that he is nervous but also eager to show you. And so you've kind of arrived at that point where he's like, so I took it upon myself to see if I could track down some of the personal effects of your namesake. And, well, it cost me a few favors and perhaps a small fortune, but I have acquired this. And he kind of, pulls like a cloth away from a small painting. The painting is of a woman. She has platinum blonde hair and steely gray eyes. Seeing this, you feel all of the air just kind of empty out of your body. You know this person. You know this person really, really, really well, but you have no idea who this person is.
I want to know who this person is.
This is Selene Rade. She was the I believe I'm pronouncing that right. She was the wife of your namesake.
Aesop,
This would be your ancestor. If you truly do share the lineage.
this woman, she is human?
It's said that she is, yeah.
So she does not live.
I would not think so. When she heard of the passing, the betrayal of Astraeus, she was devastated, and she took up the fight alongside Xander. She died in battle. But at least that's what historical accounts say.
Something is not right, though. What you speak of happened centuries ago. But I swear to you, as I look upon this visage, I know this woman. I don't know how, but this is not a stranger's face to me.
You spent a lot of time with Versi the Oracle. At least that is what the songs say. And Aesop kind of blushes a little bit. I don't go in for that sort of thing, but it is said that a nymph of her power can, and he kind of looks around, feed on memories. You seem very confused about a great many things. Have you thought perhaps to just ask?
Astraeus is gonna look completely taken aback and stunned, as if this concept has never occurred to him.
Yeah,
And
Aesop pats himself on the back. That's why he's there. That's why he's there. Not that loser Kyra. Yep. So, got herself killed. Aesop didn't. Aesop best NPC. So he high fives himself.
At that point, Astraeus is gonna just his mind is rattled by everything, like the ramifications of what he's just heard, what he's seen, and the fact that he can't help but feel as though there must be a reason why he never thought to ask before. He's just realizing now, he can't remember who his parents are. He doesn't remember his own childhood, and yet he never thought to ask Mercy any of that, about how he even met her in the first place. He just accepted that his existence in his life was with her. And so he's going to gather his gear and ask Aesop to inform the Chosen that I need to see the Oracle, and I will be back as soon as I can.
Oh, all right, I can do that.
And short of running into anybody on the way out who has downtime space to go on such a journey, he's going to set off immediately.
Anybody want to accompany him, or you gonna let him go off on his own?
Well, I'm preoccupied, so.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, everybody kind of taking care of their own biz. All right. If that is the case, real quick.
I don't know what impact this would have, or if it's a possibility. Had Hypatia been present at the session today, I would have suggested that she can come along.
True. I did speak with Hypatia's player. Hypatia is essentially doing a postgraduate work program during the downtime to try and cover the abhorrent cost of being a wizard, which there was a long diatribe about the unfairness of wizards having to pay for everything and sorcerers getting it for free, and warlocks having sugar daddies and the whole deal. She's also taken up a part-time job working with Parthala, the mage the centaur mage who runs the Third Wish, doing scroll scribing and basically indexing and all that jazz. It's one of those times where like everybody's on like summer vacation, but your friend is like a real bad spot financially, and she had to take like 3 jobs. So
I see.
yeah.
The only other thing that I would take care of, whether I don't know whether this would be a before or after, is just shopping at Parthala's.
Oh yeah. I mean, all that the prices are all listed and everything for stuff. So if you have the money, you could definitely purchase from the list. That's the sweet benefit of a magic item broker.
Beauty. Okay.
Right.
I'll handle that behind the scenes here. But yes, Astreus is going to set off on his journey.
Okay. I will move everybody over to the Oracle Temple real quick. All right. So you go to the Oracle, Versi. She is overjoyed to see you, because you are her favorite mortal, and so you are welcomed with open arms. Priestesses insist on disrobing you, washing you, anointing you with oil, putting you in like ceremonial toga, the whole deal before you are brought before Versi. Do you agree to any of this, or?
I would. This is still what I view as my home, and this is, I guess, sort of a comfort. Like, this is typical of when I do come home.
Right.
But when I do first lay eyes on Versi, it's odd, because I still genuinely care for her and love her, but I've spent this journey wrestling with this, not even memory, just this image from a painting, and being told that this was Astreus' wife, and with my suspicions, the ramifications of all that are confusing my reaction to her. So
now,
I would be
Aesop did offer to let you take the painting if you wanted to.
Ooh. I would not have brought it with me to the Oracle. I would have asked him to hold on to it and keep it safe, and I may still take him up on the offer, but where I'm going, I don't want to bring it with me.
Okay. All right. So properly cleaned, anointed, and garbed, you enter the temple. You see your boy Sidon over there. He's looking pretty cool with his big old glaive spear type situation going on. His third eye, his super handsome beard, his exposed muscular chest. Good old Sidon. It's weird to be standing in front of a massive statue of a guy who is planning to kill everybody, and everybody's kind of chill about it.
Yeah, it's another like oddity that never really occurred to Astreus until now. He's experiencing a lot of that right now. Just like, wait, what?
All right, so Proteus, the right-hand man or left-hand man of Versi, says,
You return, Astreus. I've heard through the bard's songs that you've made progress. Two divine trials taken care of. Very, very interesting. Well, you only helped with the one, but that's fine. I'm sure it still counts. The Oracle is excited to see you, and so I will stop talking.
and he kind of backs up.
Astreus is going to step forward and just say, he's going to look at Versi. He's going to be like staring right at her as he speaks, but he's going to say, Proteus, please take the attendance and give us some privacy. The words I need to have for the Oracle are for the Oracle alone.
He kind of blushes a little, and he's like,
well, if you would want that, you're welcome to go down to your chambers. But we can also leave. That's fine. There's chores to be done.
Right.
Yeah, Astreus just continues to stare at Versi while he waits for the others to leave. And then, yeah, once they do, he's drawn to her. Like, he'll step forward as if to embrace her before he sort of catches himself, stops, and just says, Versi, who am I?
She just kind of stares at you with her very otherworldly eyes and appearance. And there is no smile on her face. She says, You are Astreus. You are one of my chosen, who must stop my father from what he and his sister plan to do.
He's kind of like half shaking his head no, and he looks up at her again and he goes, that's not all I am. You had to know. You had to know. And sending me out there, you had to know I'd find out. What did you do to me? How am I still alive?
Then...
Why can't I remember anything?
Because your failure was so great that the truth of what happened afterwards would have broken you. I did not wish to see my future champion broken.
At that point, he'll like succumb and like walk over and kind of embrace her in a hug.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, she's
And
into
then-
it. She's way into it.
But as he's holding her, he's going to say, "You restored me to life. We became lovers, and I do love you. But I had a wife. How could you have let this go on when you knew I had a wife?"
Your death lit a very deadly spark in the hearts of the one they call Xander. If he knew that you lived, we risked that spark faltering. Had I known the spark would flare up into the wildfire that it became, perhaps I would have chose differently.
So it is true. I am Astraeus, the Dragon Lord.
You are. You are the first, the one who led the others here in the land's time of need. The one who tried peace and diplomacy, who tried to understand the land and its people, and was betrayed and rewarded for his kindness with death. And in your death, a new power and resolution filled the Dragonlords. They did whatever they had to do to succeed. At the time, that is what the land needed. But I thought perhaps there would come a time when you could try again.
He'll sort of stand a bit more resolute at that statement. And he'll just kind of put a hand under her chin and say, "There's one more thing I need of you before I leave. What is my path in all of this? Am I supposed to just help these chosen? Am I supposed to kill your father? What do you see of me, Versi? You've never told me."
I must have seen a great many things to have gone to such a great effort to find you, raise you, and keep you all this time. To say more would fill your mortal head and your allies with all the wrong ideas. But there are changes that are coming to our land. Great and terrible changes. They can lead to complete destruction or something new. But you have arrived just in time, just as I knew you would. Soon, you will travel to the necropolis at Telemark. There you must retrieve the weapons and armor of the greatest Dragonlord. Your once squire and friend Xander. While you're there, make sure to say hello. I think it would mean a great deal to him.
The necropolis is a tomb, Mercy.
Yes, and I know. But many in the necropolis do not care.
Definitely seems a little creeped out at that. Or at least like, yeah, not sure how to take that. Very
I think
well.
that's enough for now. I think your old friend is your next step. It's a pity what happened to him in the end.
What did happen to him?
Oh. I do not wish to burden you with that. The trial ahead is grim. You will need to be light. You will need to be hopeful. You will need a heart that is not broken. Let it be broken at the end of the trial. And then take those pieces and forge something greater. But for now, there's no need to dwell on it. And you need to make a charisma saving throw with disadvantage.
Okie dokie.
Because hundreds of years of habits, I guess, are hard to get past. Okay. Yeah, you know, she's probably right. She's been right about a lot of stuff. So, she did take pretty good care of you. It's pretty good care of you.
I mean, it is coming home to someone I love.
Yeah, totally. I mean, she obviously has your best interest at heart. I mean, she kept you safe all this time.
I'm alive. I'm not dead.
There you go. In fact, you remember that you're supposed to speak words to Xander at his tomb, but beyond that, I mean, that does, I guess that's it. You just got to speak some words to Xander when you go to his tomb, like a eulogy or something, I guess.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I would definitely want to give a blessing of some sort to.
Apparently, that's what you've got to do. All right.
The tomb of a Dragonlord.
All right.
That is all in right.
Fair enough. Versi insists on you staying the night, and gives you several points of exhaustion, as is her custom.
I mean, yeah.
All right.
I can rest when I get back to Astoria.
Anastasia was super busy, super duper busy. All right, let's see if we could crack down on this. Teach Phil how to fly with new boots. For sure. Do you guys do it over the river to minimize damage to property? I think at this point Phil would actually survive falling hundreds of feet to the earth, but maybe not the people or buildings he landed on. So it might be good. Let's see. Hypatia and her snakes, for sure. Even though her snakes are technically monsters, narratively it's super cute that you would use your speak with animals warlock boon to speak with them. So yeah, that sounds awesome. You realize that speaking with Hypatia's snakes, that each of them is kind of a different like facet of Hypatia herself. So it's almost like the beautifully cut gem that is Hypatia. Each of the facets of that gem is like one of the snakes. Each snake independently is pretty dumb, like probably dumber than a regular snake, but together they sort of form like a whole. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Now, Scylla is not a monster, despite being a fucking winged snake. And, you know, she has a lot to say, if you want to listen to her. She's like the well-meaning best friend who feels like they have to, like, care-give, like, their friend. So she's very overprotective of Hypatia, and, she's like kind of shelters her quite a bit, you realize, and Scylla does a lot of stuff according to Scylla behind the scenes to make sure everything goes right with Hypatia. And you know, like bad suitors like that Gaius guy or wannabe Gaius guys don't get near. You know, Scylla may or may not have spooked some horses, broken some backs, poisoned some food, whatever Scylla needed to do to make sure Hypatia is okay. There's an increasing like sense of like danger as you speak with Scylla, realizing that Scylla may be a sociopath.
Oh.
So yeah, that kind of best friend. That kind of best friend. Yeah, like I have to keep my friends safe. No one else could be good enough for them, kind of thing. Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah. So what else did you have on your list? Research the RAM. Yeah, that's good information. Maybe we save that for the very end though, because that will segue into you guys going after the RAM. Let's see. Easy to pick up jobs and venues because you are like a B-, maybe B-list celebrity. So there are plenty of people who would like to hear what you have to say, hear what you have to sing, hear your stories, hear your voice. Many of the prejudices that settler races have against natives don't extend all the way to sirens in the same way that it would to like harpies or some of the more violent and I guess savage monstrous races. You have had to deal with those prejudices where people are convinced that you're, you know, bamboozling them or using your voice to charm them. But you're finding that when you are popular and famous, people tend to either turn a blind eye to shortcomings, which is something you've noticed with Hypatia, or do a complete 180 and get really into it. So as you look around some of your concerts, you do see youngsters and even, you know, adults with like feathers in their hair and that whole thing, trying to just kind of capture the essence that is Anastasia. So yeah, all of that goes really well. If you wanted to, you could collect money from these efforts. If you are just performing them to perform, then that's fine too. Let's see. With Astraeus, he does spend a lot of time at the shrine. I think if you are using Astoria as your base of operations and you're sort of checking in on everybody as time permits, you're going to see that gradual change in Astraeus over the course of these 3 weeks. I don't know if Astraeus would come back and just be like, yo, dudes, I'm the first Dragonlord, or if he's going to play it closer to the vest or what the situation is. But there's certainly a change by the end of the 3 weeks, and not just the hair extensions.
He would wait for an opportunity when everyone is together to do that. So, like while while Talus is out at the Grove, he wouldn't call the others and leave Talus out. He'd wait until there's an opportunity when everyone is
Okay.
positioned in a way that he can have one meeting instead of having to go through it once.
Yeah, no, I think definitely if she's watching you like constantly go to the temple all the time, and then you go off on this thing and you come back and you definitely look like something has changed, and like you've found something that you have lost, then she wouldn't pry you about it. She would just kind of be happy for you, but she wouldn't like pry into your business.
Let's see. Rumors about Alexei. So Alexei, you do hear rumors that Alexei has essentially formed his own fellowship. Essentially, this fellowship is not the Chosen. They are not Manifest Destiny. They are individuals who are fed up with oaths and legends and gods and destiny. And they're basically spitting in the eye of the gods themselves. They're making their own destiny. They call themselves the Breakers of the Chain.
Damn, that's really cool.
Good for them.
Yeah. Last you heard, they had subjugated a tribe of Cyclopses in the north.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's less cool.
What else is going on here? Oh, at one of your concerts, there is another micro celebrity, way lower on the fame chart than you, and also of a monstrous race. You see the Cruel Cumber, Susan Pickleman, in the audience, and as you finish your songs, she stands up, dill juice leaking from her beady eyes. She calls out to you, "There you go, Songbird. You're doing great." And then she kind of very rudely kind of pushes people down to get to the front of the crowd and say, "So, I happen to be an aspiring actress. I don't suppose it would be too forward of me to ask you if you'd like to get a drink. Unless, of course, you're carrying a burning torch for a very special someone that you may have lost recently and your heart's too broken. I understand if that's the case."
No, that would be lovely, Susan.
I know it's a strange name, but things are different down on Cucumber Island. So, and she proceeds to tell you all about Cucumber Island. That's full of big green reptiles called picklesauruses, and it's a crazy place. You hope to God that later in the campaign, the DM's not joking about this place, and you don't accidentally end up there on a wild side quest. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we call in the biz foreshadowing. Yeah. So it's an enchanting evening. This pickle, this Cruel Cumber, which is an actual fantasy race. You could look it up online. This Cruel Cumber is extremely charismatic and just a motor mouth. Well, we don't know what a motor is, but well, I guess we do because there's robots.
It's part of an elevator. It's an awful thing.
There you go. Yeah. But she does seem really interested in hearing about your adventures. And she's just like, "So are you like the party bard? Do you like, since you sing, do you record everything that happens when you're out and about?"
Well, not until recently. I think I may have to maybe think about that since and she trails off, remembering the thunderous spells of Sidon and Kyra having to run away.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I think I may have to take up the lofty mantle that once held, like our friend.
Well, I mean, how lofty are we talking? Is it like how high would you say that mantle was? Just out of curiosity, you know.
Incredibly high. The world is a lot
Mm-mm,
less bright when
mm-mm,
it's in here.
mm-mm. Is something funny? Do I have something on my face? And she kind of starts wiping at her, like, cucumber face. It's very strange. The anatomy of this creature is confusing.
No, nothing's wrong. I'm okay. I just...
Sometimes sadness can make you laugh.
Sometimes.
Well, I think you'll make a great bard if that's what you decide to do. But don't you have like a magic chicken? Isn't your magic chicken going to be upset if you, doing other stuff?
I haven't really thought of it. She's just my friend when we found each other. I don't... Maybe? I kind of... I don't think she's summoned right now. Maybe I see her eyes from somewhere. Just around like the wall. She's peering.
Yeah, she kind of looks over at you and just kind of like shrugs her shoulders like, oh, I don't give a shit. It's your life.
She helped me, and I must help her, but...
Well, if the burden is too great, and you are looking for a new bard, the Thalassian Hydras, that we're probably going to be breaking up. There's been a lot of drama amongst the troop. Yeah. Apparently there's a real sexy new actress that joined, and everybody's after her, and she's just causing all sorts of problems.
Now, Susan, don't compare yourself to her. She's probably a you-know-what.
Right. Yep, that's probably it.
I thought your performance was wonderful.
Thank you. Did you go to see E.T.?
Did I go to CET? Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. What was your favorite part?
When the small one rode the unique contraption that let him fly, and took the smaller, rounder one with wings up into the sky. The special effects were amazing.
And then they flew in front of the moon and made that iconic silhouette.
Yeah.
Yep. Did you hear the warbling songs of the coyotes in the background? That was me. Anywho, well, it's been real nice. I should probably go, actually.
Well, I mean, if you are thinking about leaving, I mean, we may need a bard, and I don't know. Maybe I will talk to the Chosen on this. I will speak with them.
Sure. Okay. Well, it's been real nice. I hope to see you again.
And she kind of gets up and kind of rushes from the bar.
How fast does she run?
Pretty fast, but you're still able to track the move.
Okay.
Yeah, and she does push somebody down, and they spill all of their cheesy potatoes all over themselves, because cheesy potatoes are now back in stock, because King Pythor has sworn off of them. So the city had their cheesy potatoes supply restored, which is another great and heroic thing that you've done that nobody mentions.
Amazing.
All right. So, time passes. Does anybody have anything else they want to cover before Hypatia and Anastasia drop their PowerPoint presentation about the golden ram?
Does anything happen at the Druid's Grove and my sapling? Does it do anything? There was a scary mention of something about it overtaking my entire arm, which kind of had me concerned.
Yeah, so they tell you that you have invested, Yeah, who would be the best person to deliver this information? Probably Hercus. Okay. So the old folks, they try to tell it to you like, in like cryptic kind of like ways that maybe don't quickly and accurately explain what's going on. They're very obtuse about the situation. And it makes it a little difficult to understand. They're like, well, you see, there's life forces in all things, and your life force is different than the life force of a treant. A treant's life force is different than a tree. And when someone dies, the spirit is returned to the land, but sometimes it's not. And then Hercus kind of butts in, and he's like, yeah, so like, you're pregnant?
Hmm.
And you hear just a single sound escape from Karina, but because of her training, that is it. Just this one quick, and that's it. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, but basically, your life force is feeding the offspring of that treant.
I see.
You sort of planted it into yourself. I mean, it's. And he kind of looks around to the ladies, and this lady's like, when there's like animal husbandry, insemination.
I suppose.
Yes, like that. Yes. So yeah, that's like a little baby tree and it's growing there.
I see.
So if you die, it dies. So it's a big responsibility. There's a chance though that at some point the spirit growing within that sapling may make a bid for your body. Tree and saplings in the wild are known to do that. They'll latch on to a normal tree and eventually take the tree over. Your spirit, I'm assuming, is much stronger than a tree. So you'll have to make a difficult choice, I suppose. If you give your body up for your baby, or I don't know, cut it loose, I guess. It's well, we haven't really seen something like this before.
Well, I guess we should just have to see how it progresses.
Well, I hope that the things that we have shown you over the last few weeks have taught you more of this land. The land itself, you see, is alive, just as you are. If anything, I feel you might have a greater understanding of Thylea someday than even we, strangers to this land, and even they, children of this land. Though I suppose the nymphs, being an extension of the land, perhaps they do understand. Perhaps your understanding might match theirs with years of training.
I hope that I can achieve that one day.
Remember, wherever you go, whether it be sea or sky or land, it is Thylea. Even those dark, hollow places beneath the earth, that is her as well. She is everything. She is our whole world.
He'll bow to them.
And don't make her mad, cause then her hubby will come for you, and you do not want to deal with that.
No, I don't think I would.
Yeah, and during your training, they did talk to you about Kentamane, who is the husband of Thylea, the essentially colossal plus kaiju monster that is made entirely of hands, eyeballs, mouths, and faces.
Gotcha. Sounds horrifying.
Yeah. They showed you a neat little picture that somebody made of him. Here, I'll post it into chat.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm. All right. So essentially, with your stuff here, you're gonna have. I don't know if you're leveling into Druid yet, but you're gonna have essentially the background necessary to level into Druid. And during your time there, they listen to Karina and you kind of talk of your adventures and of what happened with Demetria and the treant and the treant sapling and saving the children and not killing the Fey emissaries that were there to meet with Demetria and who had kind of met with failure. The least they could do is to help you take the ironwood from your essentially baby daddy and graft it into new armor for you.
Okay. Now I would try to make sure I talk about us helping the centaurs out, just to show that we're trying to help the natives, not just the invaders, so to speak.
And they actually chuckle because shortly before Kyra the Bard died, she had come by the Old Wood and told the story of your great deeds with the centaurs.
Okay, good. Trying to spread that positive PR.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. I will go ahead and grab this info, and since Hypatia's not here, no pressure at all, Anastasia. You can give the PowerPoint presentation.
Do I get to draw stuff?
Yeah, I mean, however you feel is best. So
maybe
go ahead and send this information over to you. There we go. Then you guys found a painting of it, so let me add that in real quick. Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on.
And also, quick question. I know we spent a lot of time role playing already. But did I get a chance to go talk to Emeru?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna cover that also. I just was gonna give you this information before I forgot.
Okay, awesome.
All right, so back at the Mithril Forge, which I didn't clean up for any role playing, because I'm the worst. But I'll take you over to the map anyways. When you return there to check in on the dwarves and see how they're doing, and to make sure that maybe the dwarves haven't all been killed, and that Vulcan is holding down the shop kind of deal. You do go to meet with the Forge Master. She is hard at work and nowhere near her bathtub. And she seems extremely happy to be working, to be bossing around, and you're pretty sure that's a flaming scourge that she's hitting the dwarves with when they screw up. She seems to be in pretty good spirits as she just sort of beats these dwarves senseless and gets them to work harder, corrects their mistakes, and so on and so forth. The dwarves, for their part, much like Reset, they definitely seem to be in their elements. They are not wincing at the pain. They are not panting at the heat, which is absolutely sweltering. They are mostly nude, except for just pants basically, and like aprons, and just sweat just constantly pouring from them. They have a decanter of endless water that serves as their water cooler. They take frequent breaks for hydration, but for the most part, they are just working themselves to the bone, and they seem absolutely joyous to do so. One Ear, as he is now called, is no longer stone, and he and the others are so pleased to see you. But your attention, of course, is drawn to the Forge Master herself. So what did you want to talk to her about?
Basically, I wanted to talk to her and describe the visions I had about being trapped in the very same pot she was that Thylea visited upon me.
As you kind of share in this mutual torment, it starts to become apparent to you that your particular issue is not one that is shared by her. She seems to be completely in control of and able to speak about her past, her clan, her people, her history. Nothing besides her freedom for the last centuries or whatever has been taken from her in the same manner that it has from you. So beyond the similarities there of being tormented by Lutheria and that feeling of isolation and things like that, you realize that for this creature, she's immortal. So the passage of time to her was frustrating, right? But ultimately something that she's going to get over. You can see that her mood and her threats about ending the dwarven line of Thylea and all that have already sort of burned themselves out as new fires of passion for craft and the trade and to a certain extent revenge against Lutheria have kind of taken over her mindset and her attitude. It is something I would assume that you might feel glad for her, but maybe sort of selfishly sad for yourself that like the similarities between your shared experiences don't maybe go as far as you thought, like that there's no that whatever's happening to you, it seems to only be happening to you.
Yeah.
And Phil's words after his super dramatic family dinner kind of hit you again.
Yeah. I don't think I'm flying back. Anyway, so then the next thing I want to ask her about is the Anastasia's amulet, and she's ever seen anything like it, or I mean, I try to explain the situation, but I know that it won't stick. So maybe I'm just exercising.
Yeah, like,
I don't know.
when you show her the thing, she's intrigued by it. When you explain what happened with the thing, like, it's like that you're not saying anything at all.
Yeah.
And she congratulates you on such a fine piece, and, mentions that it must be soul forged, which is fortuitous that it works for you, because soul forged items only work for the people that they're made for, or their direct descendants. So it must, you know, it must have been meant for you.
That is definitely comfort.
Yeah. But it's one of those things that as she tries to focus on it, she doesn't seem able to keep her. It doesn't seem to keep her attention.
Yeah. Okay. Last thing I do want to ask her about Soul, given the context of where she's from.
Oh,
If-
yeah. She says that is a phoenix. And then she says, and don't think that it's one of those new phoenixes that scholars claim to have discovered, which are just really big, angry fire elementals. No, this is a true phoenix. It's a great bird, you see, from the elemental plane of fire. That, it has incredible magic and strength. Some primitive prime-material worlds worship them as gods. They have life-giving power, and part of that is sort of wrapped up in their life cycle. They age and then die, and then in dying are reborn. Nowadays, they're exceedingly rare because there was always ever just a set number. And when folk thought it's wise or profitable to hunt them, they nearly drove them to extinction.
Goodness. But yeah, that's just kind of
Hmm?
a little bit more backstory. I'm sure Soul's just kind of like nodding, like, yeah.
Whatever you do, don't let any Ifriti find out that you have such a creature, or they will come for you in great numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Lord.
not to make you worry or anything, but they're super powerful genies with lots of magic and fire. Yeah. Maybe just tell everyone it's a flaming chicken or something.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah.
And the very last thing I'll say, basically explain that I really like her style, like the armor she's wearing, and if she gets any time to make stuff for me, then I'd want it to look like I want her to design it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
She glows like a white hot ember at the praise, and she definitely hooks you up with some very salamander style equipment.
Hell yeah. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Before the briefing on the RAM, does anyone else have any other downtime stuff they want to cover in a bit more detail? Phil, Astreus,
Yes, do that while I
Reset?
read this paragraphs.
Just wanted to know if the amulet is recharged.
It most assuredly does recharge during the downtime. Do you call forth Grandma?
Maybe just for conversations at night, but
Okay.
she'd probably be too tired to go into any big details, just kind of just filling her in day by day of things that happened.
It occurs to you that Grandma is definitely not a Region. Because Grandma keeps giving you a hard time about your trainer. And, if your grandma was a golden girl, she would be Blanche. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's a lot of you're my grandma, I don't want to talk about this before bed conversations. And she's, there's this one time where you guys were wrestling and the amulet got smooshed against his pectorals. And you take it to mean that in her heyday, like to say when she was alive and had a body, Grandma was maybe as vigorous in her pursuits of love as King Pythor himself.
Grandma.
Yeah. She's a scandalous old lady.
It's not like that, Grandma.
I mean, that's the problem. Yeah. So she's she tries to be respectful, but she's also, now that she's got her energy back, she does talk to you. I don't want to say incessantly, but you're sort of in like a Jiminy Cricket Pinocchio situation there, where she's been piping up more and more frequently. She also starts asking you how you feel about this Astraeus guy.
What about him?
Well, he's growing his hair out, and it looks kind of nice. And if you're gonna start the whole like Dragonlords thing, like you could be like a Dragonlords power couple.
I think he has a thing with the Oracle.
Wait, Versi?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, better not then. Yeah. So she gets super possessive of her men, and I'm not saying like, no, I'm gonna say it. She kills people if they mess with her men. Like, just has them killed.
Yeah, I've noticed. Like we've met Versi and her sister, Demetria, and they've both kind of been really scary when it comes to their men. Are nymphs like that?
Well, it might be less of a nymph thing and more of like a side-on thing.
Oh.
Yeah, he's pretty intense. I've heard.
Is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. She.
Some big muscles.
She likes the conversations.
Yeah.
Wait, you've seen Side?
Well, I mean, paintings, I guess, and stuff. So.
Oh well, paintings are always embellished to make things look better than they actually are.
Well, maybe. I mean, this is basically like a god, like like a living god. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's a total asshole, but I mean, those muscles. So.
Well, I mean, come on, Grandma. You've seen the painting in Pythor's palace. It looks nothing like him.
Well, like in your life, you go through different. Yeah, he's just a hot pile of garbage. Yeah. But apparently he was pretty fit in his day. He was pretty fit in his day. Yeah. So it's interesting that we're talking about Sidon, because I thought maybe, right? Well, since we're friends, we're like more than family. You know what I mean? Like, you can't choose your family, right? But you can choose your friends, and I choose you, Raset. I choose you. That's why I feel really comfortable. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe bringing up the fact that it'd be cool if you went and killed Sidon?
Well, that idea hasn't exactly been something I never thought about.
Right. Well, I mean, it's going to be a little bit tougher than the King of Oozes.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that out for you.
How would we go up against...
Well, that's why step 1, you got to get strong. Step 2, you got to have strong allies. And step 3, you got to make sure that those allies don't get mixed up in a whole lot of bullshit.
That does happen often.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what. You got to start this new Dragonlords thing. But, like, I can't really do that with Sidon in the way, He's like that shitty little kid that's gonna knock down your block castle after you work really hard and build it. A big part of making sure that the Dragonlords are gonna be a force to be reckoned with is to make sure that he's out of the picture.
Well, all the more reason for the training.
And I'll be there with you every step of the way. And when I think you're ready, I'll let you know a bit more about how we can sort of remove him from the equation permanently.
Rosette's gonna do that little double slap to her face to hype herself up and say, all right, I better go to bed. I got more training tomorrow.
All right, yeah, lots of training. I'm excited. Sleep well, and don't worry so much. You have to, crawl before you can walk, stumble before you can run, all that stuff. But the power inside of you, it cannot be stopped.
Thank you, Grandma. Good night.
All right. So, Anastasia, where's our presentation before the break of the Golden Ram?
Oh, okay. Let's see. All right, is everyone here? Could ask that real quick. Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Hey. Yep.
All right. So Golden Ram. So yeah, through a combination of me and Hypatia explaining it and me kind of asking Hypatia every once in a while what things mean, she'll basically start by saying it's pretty big. You can fly and go through almost any terrain. You can pierce the sky. It has lots of thunder magic or lightning magic, so it's probably not one of Sidon's doings. Healing magic. The Fleece, if we wanted, we may be able to convince it to just give us the Fleece. It need not be taken. We don't have to kill it to take it. It's resistant. Its hide is resistant to all weapons. It can vanish into the ethereal plane.
All weapons
whatever,
or all
whatever.
non-magic weapons?
All weapons. And I'll ask Hypatia about the ethereal plane. Like, what's that? So it can vanish into the ethereal plane. It's super fast.
Yeah, she pushes her glasses back. She's like, oh yeah, so the ethereal plane. Well, I hope you have 3 hours, because I'm about to blow your minds with my explanation of planetology. You ready? So hours and hours go by.
I think within about 5 minutes, Astraeus would pipe up with like the Cole's Notes version.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is why you're always going to struggle, because you don't make time for knowledge. Phil gets it.
I thought it was a great lesson.
Okay, so the short notes. The ethereal is a neighboring plane. So it's like where we are, but like one step to the left. Whereas like the Feywild would be one step to the right, and then the Shadowfell would be one step down. So it's exactly like our world, but it's a world of like spirits, basically.
There. Yeah, so it can disappear and reappear at will. Like,
while it's in the ethereal plane, you won't be able to do anything to it, but it won't be able to do anything to you. But the fact that it could fly and go ethereal means that it's as evasive as everybody says it is. Even Philippocles wouldn't be able to grapple it for long, because it would just poof to another plane.
That was my question.
it's incredibly fast too. Here.
But it's very intelligent, and its hobbies include healing, medicine, wrestling,
Yeah, maybe Phil. Maybe you could challenge it. Maybe a contest. Something.
That would be exciting. Is there anything I could do to anchor it to this plane?
I'll look to Hypatia. No idea. Oh,
Well, I mean, there are, but I asked around, and there's these things called dimensional shackles. I knew of a supplier in Mitros, but when I reached out to them, they had nothing for me.
it sounds like it'd be pretty big. We need some pretty big shackles. Maybe. Huh? Well. Oh. Sorry. Okay.
Is there any way I can continue to track it while it's in the ethereal plane?
Well, actually, Anastasia has a bit of information about its last known whereabouts.
Yes, right.
And then she and the snakes sort of like do a Vanna White to you sort of thing.
Saying for our research here, we wrote it down. It hangs out in the northern mountains. It loves the cold. Likes to drink fresh water from the frozen river of Inoa. And it loves golden apples. Do we have any golden apples?
Didn't your dad mention he had golden apples, or?
I thought those were something that the Forge should make.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think he ever mentioned anything about golden apple.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
Vulcan
something
did,
the
though.
Forge can
Vulcan
make.
who did.
Yep.
Well, maybe we should go ask him for some.
Didn't he say we would have to get something to get them? For him to make them?
He didn't tell us on that one, I don't think.
Yeah. Only for the boots and the winged boots, we need the fleece, but he didn't list any ingredients for the golden apple.
Wouldn't it be ironic if we needed the fleece to make the golden apples?
You do ask around, and in order to make a golden apple, he needs 1,000 gold worth of gold, 5 days, and an eternal apple.
Talus,
Crash,
the Druidrove, do you know anything about eternal apples?
Or have I like heard anything of them?
Yeah, I would say history or knowledge nature might be able to give you more information on that.
Roll that 20.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Yeah, so eternal apples are said to grow on a nearly inaccessible island located in the vast sea that destroys all ships, etc., etc., etc. They are said to reduce aging on those who eat them. But they also have a very addictive property. So people who find the Eternal Apple Grove or trees are never seen again. But they do apparently live forever.
Don't eat him.
People who tend to have these are usually very powerful magic users, rich people, or deities.
Well, we got a couple options.
Do I know how far away this island is?
Oof. You do not. Also, keep in mind that the seas that are so hard to navigate are not just hard to navigate because they are far, but because there is like a constant maelstrom that just sort of grinds up boats, flying creatures, etc., etc.
I feel like if my dad had one, he would have eaten it.
That's true. Well.
All right. Why don't we take a break And then when we get back, you guys could pursue or even talk during the break about what your next move is going to be. But we'll do like a 10-minute break. So 10:25 Eastern.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right.
before we end up setting out, as we kind of gather back together in order to decide on our next moves with the ram and such, Astreus would come clean to everybody as to what his suspicions are, which have been pretty much confirmed by the Oracle that he doesn't just look like the statue. That he is in fact Astreus, and that he is the Dragonlord that died trying to make peace.
And the station will
Holy
grab
shit.
the set and be like, I knew it! I knew it wasn't just the likeness, he looks exactly like the statue. Wasn't a coincidence.
Wait,
So if you died, how aren't you dead?
Through, I guess, the Oracle.
Like
Yeah,
more
we can't
dramatic
talk.
music for this, probably. Yeah, hold on.
Dun dun dun.
I mean, I could just see you guys at the auspicious date having tapas, and he just drops this as like a, how was everybody's spring break? Hey, origin story.
found out I'm hundreds of years old.
All right.
There we go. Sorry, I had
Slap.
fire engines and such going by, so
Oh.
I suddenly couldn't talk. I mean, I know we wanted dramatic music, but I felt.
Oh, I
sirens were a
thought
little overkill.
Astreus was saying there were sirens and he couldn't talk. Like the information he was about to drop on Susan Pickleman was
So did I.
so
For some reason,
sensitive that he could not allow sirens nearby to hear.
Oh my god.
Oh,
True.
Is that a jet fighter?
you see, sorry.
I literally
yeah,
thought
I
you meant
was
me, and I'm like, wait, why can't I talk? Like you
So,
just gave
so
her
while
hand.
while the narrative has been temporarily interrupted, yeah. So 3 weeks to create implied that it's 5 days per piece of equipment. Times 6 would be 30 days. 3 weeks would be a month, 30 days. So I was assuming each of you was going to do one piece of equipment. Are you guys doing more than
Yeah.
that? I guess I should have clarified. Because it's 5 days per mithril item that they produce there at the forge.
And what was the gold cost again? Was it 200 or 300?
It was super negligible, like 200 for the weapons. The armor is that they can make is mithril chain, and they can make the mithril chain for 50.
Up to mithril chain. What about leathers?
Well,
No?
I mean, they literally make mithril chain like the item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about leather armor?
Oh, I mean, leather armor would be made at a significantly reduced cost. Hold on. Let's see. So they could do a +1 leather armor for 300.
Okay, I can pay for that myself. Or the
The
Could
thing
you
is
look
they're drowning in mithril, which is part
Yeah.
of that whole situation. Yeah.
Could they do like a
Uh-huh.
mithril breastplate or mithril half plate?
They can, but it wouldn't be as cheap as like the weapons. I have to look it up real quick. Hold on a second.
Can you find shield too? If it's in the same place.
Yep. Shield they could do for 300.
Okay.
What? Hold on. Oh, cute. Okay. They could actually do a mithril breastplate, +1 for 380.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna just go to Pythor and be like, well, see, Pop, I thought I was gonna have this really great item, this weapon, but you know that whole thing about, you letting that dragon lady take the blessed mithril or whatever. I'm beyond that. But Grandpa's asking me for money. Kind of weird.
I mean, that's Vulcan, you know. Boy, you gotta understand. Everybody has their vices, okay? When we were all, you know, how can I say this in a way that won't sound too mysterious? When we were all picking out our mortal bodies, your grandpa, he always had a soft spot for dwarves, and, you know, like, dwarves are kind of greedy. He kind of looks around, like, making sure nobody heard that.
Well, I was thinking,
But also, you know, he's got to pay the dwarf laborers, you know, is, apparently that snake lady, she demands money. So, you know, it's not like, I mean, you know, are you hurting for money? Is that the problem, boy?
I mean, I'm not hurting, I just don't have any, you know? I don't really care about money. I just want to be able to perform the great deeds.
Was it that halfling, Alexei? Did he take all your money before he quit the group?
Well, you see, I grew up poor because, you know, you kind of weren't there, Dad. And,
I see. Yeah.
Just a simple. I never really had a lot of money. I don't really care about money. It's just Grandpa's asking me about it. I figured you got some.
Oh man, yeah. You notice with your passive perception that there's a woman standing in a nearby doorway, watching this conversation. Well, I mean, yeah, of course, we have a treasury, you know, after I had to take over this town, because Esther, you know, lost his fucking mind, you know, like, used most of the treasury to rebuild, you know, give reparations to the people, but, you know, I've still got my retirement fund, essentially.
Yeah, I'm not asking for much, like, maybe like 500.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hold on, I'll be right back. As he leaves the room to go get you the money, your sister walks up. What exactly is going on here?
Well, Grandpa's asking me for gold to make me equipment and shit, so I figured I don't have any, but Dad does, so I just talked to him about it.
Is this going to be like a habit of like...
No, I don't really care about money. It's only because Grandpa asked.
Okay.
Would you have preferred I asked you? I don't know.
Her eyes go wide, and she says, what? Like I would need... I think I would prefer that you and your fancy hero friends, you know, earned your own money like legendary heroes are supposed to. Isn't that how the songs go? Don't you, like, aren't you just drowning in treasure?
Not really, no. I was supposed to get this cool hammer from Dad, but he never gave it to me. And then he did give it to me, and I was supposed to get this other weapon, but then he gave away this other stuff. Look, I'm just trying to you know, save the world over here.
Dad's a mess. He feels really bad about what happened to you, and I'm sure all of our other brothers and sisters who have been eaten/killed over the years.
Wait, is that happening?
Oh yeah, that dragon. Yeah, if she, yeah, you know, honestly, everyone's really surprised that you're even alive. I mean, that's why I didn't for a second think that, you know, you might be my brother when I met you, because other than me, all of Pythor's children have been eaten by Hexia.
I'm gonna fucking kill her.
Yeah, like she's got it in for him in a bad way. Apparently, like, she came for me when I was a baby, but it was like the one time that, like, Dad stood up to her, and I guess she spared my life or something.
She sounds pretty terrible.
I mean, I was a baby, so I don't remember. But the paintings I've seen, she's pretty horrific. So she's supposed to be pretty fucking big too.
Can't wait to deliver Dad her head.
Well, look, just he feels bad enough, you know? Like, I just don't want this to be like a thing, you know? Like,
It's not a. I just told you why I did it.
all right.
Why don't you stop
See-
snooping?
Sure. Well, this is about to be my kingdom, so I'll be snooping all the time.
Yeah, snoop then.
Oh, it's called pre-snooping. It's what you do before you get really like hard and heavy with the snooping. Is you kind of like feel around, like snoop around, kind of find
Well,
the right spots, and then you start the real hardcore snooping.
Well, I saw you, so maybe you should try and get better at it.
Yeah.
Talking the Hershey's.
So Telemach, is that where you're headed to?
Yeah, I think eventually. I think. So.
Oh,
We're gonna go-
eventually. Oh, I didn't
We're
know
gonna
that.
go-
Like when you're a legendary hero, you could just sort of like schedule your quests whenever you wanted to.
I mean, we weren't given a time frame.
Oh, that's pretty convenient.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So you're just gonna like hang out around the palace for another month and borrow money from Dad?
If I have to. Yeah.
Mm.
We'll see. We'll figure it out. I mean, it's kind of
It's
like a group
weird.
decision process.
That part never makes it into the songs. It's really weird. Oh well. And then you hear his heavy footsteps coming back. His sandals on the marble floor. Boy, I found it. There you go.
Thanks, Dad. I'll use this and make even greater stories for you to be proud of.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't have a lot of like fluid currency right now, you know. But I have this golden apple that I was kind of saving for like a rainy day, you know, because they're real good with peanut butter. Have you had peanut butter before?
I don't think so now.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you put the peanut butter on the apple slice, and then you put some little tiny dried dates. I call it ants on a log.
Pretty clever, Pops.
Cause they kind of look like little ants.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
I'm picturing it in my head. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, but this just about clears me out. So, see, I got about I don't know, 200 gold in this golden apple, and I'm pretty much tapped out.
Aren't you like
Sure.
a king?
Well, I tried to.
It's all right.
He kind of eyes Honora, and he's like, well, I mean, I'm trying to go down to the treasury, but there's some complications. So, you know, but nothing that your dad can't handle. I got it.
This will help. I appreciate it.
All right.
I'm gonna just take what he gives me and like side eye Nora,
Mm-hmm.
and then just walk out.
Okay. Yeah. She gives you some hard side eye on the way out. Like, But at the last minute, as you're leaving, she like pulls her dress to the side and just flashes one incestuous titty. All right. So, yeah, it's one of those like bad porno moments where she's like 1 foot behind Pythor, so he doesn't see it.
Oh,
but
God.
but you do, kind of thing. Yeah. Meanwhile, your dad just beaming at you, just a huge smile as he's given his son the last of his loose change, so you could go off and be a hero with his magic shoes. All right. So-
you said it was a golden apple and like 200 gold.
Oh yeah.
Sounds good.
Now your dad's not a total idiot, but it's apparent that he doesn't do a lot of shopping himself, because it's actually 100 platinum pieces and 100 gold pieces, which is, you know, just a bunch of like old-timey coins. You take them to like the money changer, and the money changer's like, what am I supposed to do with this? This is not drachmae. These are just chunks of metal. When all's said and done, the exchange does come out to approximately 375 gold.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll go back to the party and I'll be like, so my dad gave me this apple. I think you said it would be useful, Anna?
Yeah, that's exactly what the ram loves. What? Did you get it?
I mean, I just asked him for some, like, change.
Oh.
And then Nora got really mad at me. And then showed me her... never mind. Yeah. So... You said the breastplate was like 3 something, right?
380.
Can I give 5 gold?
You can take 5 gold
drachmae.
from the party.
We each give him 1 piece of gold.
I guess if anybody is looking for this kind of information, these are what the coins look like that Pythor gave you.
So one last thing before I buy the shield. Would they be able to make a +1 thing to boost unarmed strikes? Like a bracers or something?
There is such an item, but it would take them a while to essentially figure out how to make it. But Vulcan is familiar with such a thing that basically allows beasts to attack with their unarmed attacks and treat it as magical. And he's just kind of like, I haven't heard of one of them in a long time. Give me some time, and I can see what I can do.
Okay. I'll just take the shield for now then.
All right.
How much, how's the party inventory looking like now that everyone's their toast?
So as I already deducted Astreus, I deducted myself. Anna, did you buy anything?
He said the +1 leather was 300. I have 378 on me. I've never bought anything or done anything with money, so.
Yeah. You can take 200 from the
my money
party if
away.
you want.
Okay, thank you. So I could take 200, so 100 from me?
Yep.
Cool.
And then I'll leave it for Hypatia, so she'll tell us next week.
She was doing a Wand of the War Mage.
Okay. Is that 200?
Yes.
Okay, so we still have about 600 gold in the party fund.
Was
Okay.
Was I allowed to get a +1 shotgun?
Oh, yes. So we are at 400.
Okay, and can I get a +1 greatsword since we got the cash?
Well, again, it's about time. Are you guys willing to put in more time waiting for the stuff? Because it's 5 days per mithril item.
I mean,
Slash magic item.
How many items are we at total now?
So Astreus didn't buy an item, right? You bought it from the shop?
I bought it from the shop, yeah, so not from the
Okay.
Mithril
Yeah,
Forge.
so that would be 5 items. And then if we add the greatsword, it would be 6 items.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
That'd be great.
Okay, so we have 200 drachma.
And we need to get with Mrs. Pickleman and find out what going on with our, revenue for sponsored goods. I know she's bringing in money.
It is a shame that before she could give you guys your royalty checks,
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, bro.
Kyra died. God, that's a damn shame. I bet if there's any Furies looking for her, they've probably given up because she's dead. All right. Anyways, what is the plan? Are you still going after this ram or no?
We have the apple, right? We were going to talk, at least find it and talk to it. You guys wanted to talk to the pickle, right?
Well,
I think we're gonna offer the pickle a place to join us if she wants.
Glad I got that one out of the way.
put that one. Put that one back. Grab another one.
Yeah. 5 days later.
All right, well, here's another one. Just as bratty as the other generation.
Did he really call me Bratty?
Thinks he doesn't know. Thinks Grandpa doesn't know. He's going around saying Grandpa's greedy. And we'll see when the winter solstice comes. What kind of presents Grandpa's got for you.
Anyways, all right, you're gonna offer Susan Pickleman, the cruel cumber from the southern island of Cucumber Island, a job as party bard, even though her list of references all says that she's a disaster. She, in the time that she was with the Thalassian Hydras, she basically caused the whole acting troupe to break up.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, she will accept, but she does expect to be paid 5 gold pieces a day.
Surely we can afford that for a down on her luck actor.
Okay. She shrewdly eyes all of you and makes sure that you are agreeing to her terms of 5 gold a day.
I'm gonna go up to Anna and ask him. So why did you hire that person? Who is she?
I mean, I didn't hire her. She came to me after one of my performances and we talked. And apparently they kicked her out of, or the Hydras broke apart. And I don't think I can fill Kyra's shoes. I'm not fast enough.
But we're just gonna put her in danger.
I guess I had considered that. Susan, are you willing to accept the dangers that may come with traveling with the Chosen of the Oracle?
I mean, it's not like you guys die all the time, right? I mean, it's not like y'all die all the time, right?
Things do kill us.
You've described to me your homeland. It can't possibly be. It's terrifying as that.
Oh yeah. When you faced off against as many Picklesaurus Rexes as I have, then there's really nothing to fear from the mainland.
That's a really interesting place you're talking.
Yeah, you know, if it gets too scary, I'll just hide somewhere.
That sounds rather reasonable.
I insist she comes along. Pay her drachmae, please.
I'll give her 5 drachmae.
She takes it, shrewdly biting each one to make sure they are not chocolates. She tucks them away in her normal lady purse.
Does she have teeth?
She does. Yep. Yeah. Cruel Cumbers can deliver a savage bite. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I leave it to you to plan your hunt, I guess.
Alright.
Yeah, I think.
Can we have the map?
Oh yeah, sure. Alright, so you are in Astoria, and if you want to go find this thing, you're basically going to be pretty close to the necropolis at Tillamook anyways. It's about that same area. These very icy, frigid mountains over here. Here, we'll, right about there's where the river is. It's, one of those situations where they call, like, a tiny spring/stream a river to make it feel better about itself.
Looks like you might be in for a bit of a climb. We should get some climbing equipment. If that's where you want to go. I kind of forgot what the fleece we wanted the fleece for.
Yeah, we
well,
found
the
ourselves
fleece-
awkwardly not remembering what it was used for.
Well, no,
Oh.
the fleece is for boots of levitation and winged boots. It's just that, you know, Philippines got winged boots right after.
Right.
Sorry, guys. I
It's-
have
it's still a
really,
ram of legend,
well-to-do
but,
father.
I mean, we could always use more fleece. Someone else could have winged boots too.
Hey,
Yeah.
that makes us famous.
Or y'all could just go and do your, third trial and become official heroes in the eyes of the gods and the fates. I mean, I'm new around here, but, I just thought that's kind of the whole thing.
Yeah. if we
Or,
don't have
I
those-
mean, and she sort of like knocks over one of your drinks as she takes her awkward pickle-shaped body and bends over the map. Well, if your little goat is right there and the necropolis of Tillamook is right there, you could do like both because you'll already be up in the mountains.
Are we prepared to do both?
Well, I mean, I don't
I
know.
think we should be.
I wasn't asking you, Miss Pickleman.
Ideally, we would hopefully be able to use diplomacy with the fleece.
Right, but do we don't really need those items right now? Unless, I mean, it'd be nice, but
I'm
if you
sure.
can fly, it's probably faster than Kyra. I don't know. I'm down for whatever.
I mean, I'm sure Reset could benefit from some of these gear sandals. And Phil kind of like waves his feet in front of everybody.
Those are some mighty fine sandals, Mr. Cleese.
I'm afraid I've already sponsored another company that is planning to make sandals for me. It might be a
Hey,
breach of contract.
Are you wearing
I wear
sandals
something
right
else.
now? You're wearing sandals right now? Like,
Mine? Yeah,
yeah, you are. Are your feet just like busted up? Like,
totally.
There's just these horrible misshapen purple stumps that are her feet. Yeah.
You probably also notice like I'm just bruised all over.
You have some kind of disease, ma'am? Like, what do they call that one that kings like to get? Gout? Because your feet look awful.
Yeah. The sandals I've been wearing haven't been holding up too well.
Yeah, maybe we should really get you some new, I don't think the ones you got are working out for you.
I mean, couldn't you just get any kind of fancy sandal and just say you got it from your special supplier?
But that would be lying, Susan.
Well, that would be like storytelling.
A fake story.
I mean, a story is a story, Like, I don't mean to say something vulgar in front of mixed company, but I heard a story that that there robot's got 2 penises. That can't be true.
Did we hire this pickle to talk to us?
Oh, sorry. I'll be quiet and I'll record in the back. Sorry. Okay. The Chosen have no idea what to do next. They're crippled by their recent wealth and fame. A lazy sort
The golden
of
fleece will bring us flame.
stigmatization has taken over the Fellowship. Meanwhile, Alexei and the Breakers of the Chain continue their anti-heroics across Thylea. Oh, sorry. Sometimes I whisper out loud when I'm writing.
Kinda weird, Susan.
So yeah,
Are we going?
We could go to the Telemark, we could go to the goat after, we could do the goat, and then go to Telemark.
Let's just go to the goat. We were ready. We came out here today to go to the goat. Just go to the goat.
All right. I understand that you are going to the goat.
Yep, I'm gonna start leading the way.
All right. You're boldly gonna travel via land. Do you want to buy discount centaurs? They were brought here long ago by the settlers. They're called horses. It's like if centaur didn't reach the final Pokemon evolution, and instead of a beautiful humanoid torso growing out of the second set of limbs, just a really weird looking head popped out. They're apparently animals of some kind. I have a picture of one. Please don't vomit when you see it. Hold on a sec. These oddities are very fast, and you can ride on them, and it's okay, and there's nothing weird about it. There they are. They cost 75 drachmae apiece.
Yep, we're not financially
We
there.
prefer to let our feet carry us.
Yeah, we're
Oh, in
Also,
Reset
we're not gonna
brand
take-
sandals?
Reset doesn't care.
I was just wondering out of solidarity if other people who have feet are wearing Reset brand sandals out of solidarity. No?
I think
Nobody?
Anastasia will wiggle her talons and be like, nope, doesn't work out. Sandals? What?
Alright, if that's the case, you guys head off into the wild. So, go ahead and give me a survival check with advantage. One of you roll it with advantage to represent the whole group's efforts.
Do you want to do it? Tell us what you want to do.
Sure, I'll do
Alrighty. Okay. Yeah. It's a good check. You follow the river for as long as you can. Eventually, you do have to stop for the night. You set up watch, camp, all that good stuff. During that time, does anybody need anything in particular, or is it just a nice, quiet journey?
I don't think there's anything particular I need.
I think we'll just keep an eye out for anything important.
Sounds good. All right. During the night, absolutely nothing happens. It is cold, unless you have a tent, but no one does. Susan Pickleman, unused to traveling without a wagon, spends the whole night underneath a blanket far too small to cover her massive, cruel-cumbered body. It's a lot of shivering. In the morning, you guys have a brief meal. I mean, if that's how it works, Astraeus, like whatever the wording says, follow the wording. Like, all right. So you guys continue your journey. You reach the foothills of the mountains. Go ahead and give me another survival check.
Ooh, better.
All right. Yeah, you guys continue your journey. There is, in the mountains, signs of the passage of a band of Cyclops. They are not headed towards Astoria, but north and east, out into the more open plains. Do you wish to follow the tracks or continue to your destination?
I'm up for following Cyclops tracks, but that's up to you guys.
Oh, I think continue.
Continue?
Looking for.
Continue.
Okay. All right. You continue up the mountain.
Do side quest for the side quest. Got it.
As you continue up the mountain, it does start to get windier and colder. With the guidance of your ranger and those with training in survival, you, I'm assuming, purchased warmer clothes and climbing gear ahead of time. And slowly but surely begin your trek up into these mountains. Ahead of you, to reach your destination, lies 3 potential paths. You could go through the mountains, which might take you into contact with some of the hollow places of the world. You could go over the mountains, which could be very dangerous, but would save time. Or you could wind around the mountains, basically looking for valleys and pre-existing paths and hunting trails and natural sort of formations that would guide you as you go.
I could lead you down hunting trails, but that's my recommendation.
Anyone else?
I mean, Phil would prefer to go over, but if people feel like they're not up to it, then we could go around.
Phil, who has expertise in athletics, climbing, and also can fly now, would like to go over the mountain? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That checks out. Okay.
Well, he's not sure how, like, up to it his party would be.
Fair. All right. As you continue on your journey, you stop for the night. Well, you did, and then so you're on your 3rd day of travel, 4th day of travel. Let's see, 1, 2. So yeah, okay, yeah. So entering into your 4th day of travel through the mountains, you continue to slowly but surely wind your way through, heading towards the river that was described to you. Eventually, the area just becomes laden with snow. Snow is just a constant feature of the area. Those of you wearing Reset brand sandals, your toes are very cold. You may want to switch to some fur wraps or some outright like boots or snowshoes. I don't know what level of preparation you had, but you're definitely going to want to be equipped for a cold environment.
Were we told that it was gonna be cold?
I mean,
From Anastasia?
Yeah.
and Anastasia said
Okay,
you need
then yeah.
climbing equipment and cold weather gear. I
Yeah,
mean,
then we would've
you're
prepared.
heading to a frozen river, so. All right. As you hunker down for the night, conditions are extremely cold. Those of you who are used to living down in the heartlands, right, where it's always a Mediterranean climate, this is a rude awakening. I don't know how many of you, based on your backgrounds and your history, would have experienced this type of weather before or frequently. Maybe like the odd snowstorm here and there, but something this constant, this just oppressive with the amount of like cold and snow, and it just keeps kind of drifting and drifting. Visibility is low, and the cold, it just creeps in to your clothes, to your bones. It feels bad.
If we have a fire, I think I can use control flame to make it bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Just, as a way of trying to keep warm.
Fair enough. All right.
I've only heard about this weather from my father. He says the north is like this all the time.
This is very unpleasant. I do not like it.
Yeah, it's extremely quiet. You have not actually heard from your bard all evening.
Oh, how's Pickle doing in this cold?
She apparently is underneath the blankets, asleep. But she's not shivering like she usually does.
Susan? Susan, are you okay?
Yeah, there's no reply.
I'm gonna go over and check. I don't know if pickles have a pulse, but
Mm-hmm. As you approach, you see that her normal vibrant green rind is an icy blue.
Anna,
Susan. No.
she might be cold.
Oh.
Can you warm her up?
Yeah.
Can Soul warm her up?
Yeah. I've probably kept Soul mostly in the pocket dimension just because it sucks right now. So I'll pop around and try and warm up the pickle. Susan.
Okay. So you light the bard on fire, or the bard's blanket, or you just create like warmth next to the pickle? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll ask Phil to like break a tree apart and we'll make a big fire. No.
You hear the slight cracking of ice, and you see one pickle-shaped thumb kind of rise up from a balled fist, giving you a thumbs up.
I'm gonna, as they're preparing the fire, I'll start I guess I'll just rub the pickle and try to warm it up.
Oh, God.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Susan. We shouldn't have brought you out here. This is too far.
The pickle
It hasn't even been.
just opens its eyes
week.
very slowly and looks up at you. It's like a corpse looking at you. The pickle, the cucumber, obviously from a southern climate and a plant creature, is not equipped to deal with these conditions. It will probably die. Probably die.
Yeah, I'm hugging and stroking the pickle as I warm it up with my body.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Astraeus is
I'll
gonna
kind
go
of give
up
her a
to
hug
Phil
too with wings.
and just say, "Do you not think that this farce has lasted long enough?"
Who did you go up to and say that to?
You.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, Anna told me to not say anything though. I don't know why.
This form she seems to have chosen is apparently very fragile. It
Yeah, but
may
you
be
know
time
she
to-
likes jokes, right? Like she's just getting a huge kick out of it.
He's gonna look at the pickle, who decidedly looks not like happy. He's just gonna kind of shrug and say, "It's up to you. She's your auntie."
Anna's the one that told me not to. Call her Anna. Can you come here for a second? Anna,
Yeah, I'll leave Soul with
stop rubbing the pickle with Reset.
Wow.
You
Yes?
hear a racking cough come from Susan Pickleman when Phil says that. It's obviously the cough of someone on their deathbed.
Astraeus wants us to just like, stop the ruse.
Yeah, maybe that's for the best. She seems like she's really in trouble. I mean, Vulcan told me to take it as far as it would go before.
This is pretty far.
Yeah.
Phil will just kind of like scream out like, "Hey, Auntie, stop being a pickle. We all know. Everyone knows."
When you scream out, I'm in the middle of rubbing the pickle with mayonnaise. Just trying to feed it and warm it up.
Reset. Too much fan service. Let's go.
I don't even know.
We all know you're not a pickle. Give us our 5 drachmae back, and go back to being you.
All right, is this an intimidation or a persuasion?
It's intimidation.
Okay, give me an intimidation check. You hear sort of a harumph come from the pickle. Like a vampire rising from its coffin, the pickle sits up, covered in frozen mayonnaise. It looks left and right at everyone assembled and says, "I thought I did everything right this time. I didn't use my name. I didn't look like myself. And if you guys could figure it out, then the Furies will 100% figure it out.
Anna,
I'm gonna die for real, you guys."
Tell her what Grandpa told you.
Did you know I cast basically a 10th circle of magic spell to save your life? Like forbidden 2nd edition magic. That kind of stuff. The fates, they don't ignore that kind of stuff. I'm a marked woman. It's over for me. I just wish I could have been there for you guys. The whole way. And she kind of just stares at the night sky. The look on her pickle face. A cruel cumber that knows that the end is coming.
Yeah, tell her what you said that Grandpa said.
All right, Kyra. I don't remember exactly what Vulcan said, but Anastasia will start to relay, I guess, the deal Vulcan made, or he just said that the Fates don't really care about what she did.
Wait, what?
I don't remember exactly what Vulcan told me.
But
He said it.
Vulcan told me, Susan Pickleman, that the Furies had come by looking for me.
Has your father ever lied to you?
He's not capable of lying. He's a machine.
I'm just saying that apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
You're not the only one who likes pranks, it seems.
I've spent weeks in this pickle costume with this terrible fake identity. I tried being an actress. I fell in love. I ruined 3 marriages. I robbed a bank. You saying it was all just for nothing?
It sounds like you have some new stories and songs.
No. No one will ever know of this. Susan Pickleman dies on this mountain.
Thank God. And thanks for saving my life.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you know, and that's not everybody that can use 10th level magics and get away with it. So, guess the fates, she kind of looks around nervously. We're taking the day off. Because there's no way they would have let that one slide if they were paying attention.
No
So,
way.
Do you
Are you
have
going to
10?
It's kind of
back?
exciting, though.
are you going to change back, or am I gonna have to keep stroking you like this?
Yeah, I knew your strategy. It's like, oh, it's your set who Kyra maybe gets a lot of heavy lesbian vibes off of, but look at how well she strokes that giant pickle. Ooh, she's getting the mayonnaise out. Yeah, you almost had me. You almost had me. Almost. This close. But the truth of the matter is, this has been a costume the whole time. And she reaches for her head. She gives it a violent twist. You hear the cracking of bones, and she pulls her head free. You see a hideous spinal cord coming out of greenish, whitish pickle meat. A horrible green-brown fluid sprays everywhere. She lets out a horrifying scream, and then throws the head at Philippocles. Her headless body begins running around the campsite, spraying greenish-brown, but sweet dill-flavored blood everywhere.
Can I
That is
try and
truly
elbow
disturbing.
the head and dunk it at Astreus?
Yeah, you can definitely dunk Astreus with your aunt's severed pickle head. Give me an
that's
athletics check.
Ooh.
Astreus, athletics or acrobatics to avoid getting dunked with this disembodied head.
I am not built to avoid being dunked,
Okay.
but I do anyways.
Oh, wow.
Look
All
at
right.
Just barely. I meant to miss you.
As you slam it into the ground, instead, it just explodes. Chunks of pickle, hair, and pickle necklace go everywhere. Her eyes, which it turns out were black olives, roll in the snow for a bit before coming to rest, looking up at Anastasia.
Pretty good costume.
The body stumbles about and then finally tips over into the magically enhanced bonfire. You watch as the pickle slowly but surely boils, because it's mostly, a liquid at this point, and explodes. The night is quiet.
That was very disturbing.
Can you put up a tent now?
You see a purple tent appear.
I'm gonna hug her.
All right. Well, You can't say that I didn't try at least, huh? Like, I listened to you guys. You guys said that, using your own name was a dumb idea, so I just trying something new. Apparently, it just didn't work. That's all. You're just very good at insight checks. That's all. Because without game mechanics, you guys never would have figured it out, right?
Absolutely.
Sweet. Okay.
You want to blend and blend in, not stick out. Next time.
Mm-hmm. I was like a third string actress in like a crappy theater troupe. I felt like that was pretty blend, right?
If you were like a third string actress, it's like a human or like a dwarf or something. Yeah, but like not a pickle. No one around here's seen a walking pickle before.
Look, cruelcumbers are a real thing, okay? It's a real thing. And they live on an island called Cucumber Island, and there are Picklesaurus Rexes there. I swear to myself, it is a real place. They are a real thing.
Okay, Kyra, they're real.
No, I am telling you.
Just like North Caledonia is real.
That's tricky because there are North Caledonian geese in the Old Wood.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. All right. Anyways, okay. So this ram, there's two ways that you could approach this from a PR standpoint. One, you could go old school, trick it and destroy it, and then sacrifice it to one of the gods or something. Classic, right? The problem with that is nowadays there are some, diehards that are going to be like, oh no, the golden ram, like the most goodly, just, and pure of all the legendary beasts. What villains would kill it and remove its powerful resurrection magics from the world? Blah, 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 blah. So you'd probably undo a lot of the pro-native stuff that you managed to get done with the centaurs. So, tricky, right? Gain the favor of a god and the fleece, or find some other way to get the fleece and gain more favor with the natives. I obviously am a neutral party in all this, so I just wanted to kind of put it out there for you.
I do not believe it is our place to kill this creature.
Also, reset. Take off those fucking sandals. Yeah, put these on.
Oh, she's wearing Reset branded Uggs, but they're just as bad.
Yeah. As you take off your Reset Uggs, there's at least 12. I guess they don't have ounces in Thylea. I don't know what. Is it a milliliter, Canada? What is it? Is it? What am I working with here?
Yeah.
I mean, an ounce is about 30 milliliters.
Okay, so about 360 milliliters of foot blood just kind of sludges out of the boot as you kind of turn it upside down. A couple of nails, a few shards of glass, an actual rat. Yeah.
These aren't like the sandals from back home.
Look, we got to stand by the product, okay? I'm still trying to network. I've been in hiding, though. Nobody was taking me serious, when I was trying to, recruit, gnome cobblers. I feel like there's some low-key racism against plant-based creatures. Anyways, these are going to be the big-ticket item. You remember how you would bounce off, pillars and walls and stuff like that? These let you just run on walls. Sandals of spider climbing.
Are they warm?
No. I mean, it's probably not the best time to give it to you.
They're probably better than what I was wearing.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, ignore
All right. Well, I will record in complete neutrality. Whatever decision you make, no judgment whatsoever. So if you want to be super bloodthirsty, terrible, like your predecessors, I won't judge you at all.
No, we weren't planning on killing it anyway.
Oh, okay.
So I was gonna sacrifice it to the god
'Cause-
Kyra, because
wow.
I was hoping it would bring you back. But now that you're back,
You know what? You know what legendary beast you could kill? You could kill the golden goose for me. I would definitely be okay with that. I don't think you're high enough in level for the golden goose, though. But let's put a pin in that one.
do you think
Alright.
it's worth trading it a golden apple for its fleece?
Oh, wow. See, this puts me in the advisement category, and I can't really do that because, like, you know, rules and stuff. But you'll probably just need the apple to get it to even show up in the first place, honestly.
Okay, because guys, I don't think we should give it the apple. Sing like, pretty great. Look at how nice.
The
Don't
smell
get
is
greedy now.
the smell is intoxicating. Phil has been kind of fishing it out subconsciously, like a 5-year-old with those scented markers. You know what I'm saying? He's got like little gold flecks around his nostrils from like constantly sniffing the apple. I mean, it's you thinking about that. You thinking about those ants on a log. I'll be honest. I know you are. I mean, you might try to play like you don't, like your dad's a goof, but those little dates on the peanut butter on the apple. Pretty good.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Kyra
Well.
sees the apple, and she kind of side eyes it, like, that was a rough time in my life. That was a real rough time. Oof. Wait, hold on. Just let me float this past you. What if I ever had to go incognito again? Like, I make a pretty good Cruel Cumber costume, but this time I further distance myself from myself by being a boy Cruel Cumber. I'm thinking Pickles Cage.
Name
We should
sounds pretty cool.
workshop it. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how to reply to that. It might be best if you don't have to be incognito again.
True. I'll avoid future uses of 10th level magic. Alright, so, you guys finish up the night then?
I really feel like Hypatia would have called out the whole 10th level magic thing, but
Oh, right, okay. Actually, she would probably have asked the DM first, is 10th level magic a thing? And then I would have been like, a long time ago, there was 10th level magic. It was banned by the universe itself, etc., which would then probably make her super upset that Kyra's even pretending to have access to it, since it is not available to the gods themselves either. So yeah, I guess there would be an outraged Hypatia scene where, you know, she might say some cruel things about the pickle costume, being fooled by her dad, and having the audacity to use 10th level magic when we were all there, and it was maybe 2nd level at best. That sound about right?
yeah.
Sounds about right.
Okay. Okay. All right. With magic tents, the accommodations are quite nice. You guys are warm and toasty, and the night passes without any problems. In the morning, there are gummy bear pancakes with extra syrup.
Really good.
All right.
Mhm.
You
I don't
finish
know
the
how
rest.
she does it, but breakfast is great.
You finish the rest of your journey and arrive at the frozen river. Let's see. Guess I'll take you guys over there. Might be easier just to drag everybody out. I didn't know if you'd follow through on this one or not. There we go. can never tell with players what they're actually going to do. Alright, so you guys are approaching from like the southeast. So let me start dragging y'all out, and you can drag out your 400 different Pokemon. Anybody has a suggestion for some frosty music, go ahead and put it into the jukebox.
Do I use Groovy too?
No, you could end this one if you wanted to. Start up frosty music. All right. So, well, let's talk about what you see. More of the same. But you do finally come into sight of the quote-unquote river, which, let's be honest, is like maybe a stream at best. The whole thing is frozen over, but there is a slow current beneath the ice. All right, what will you do?
Well, how do we lure it out again?
Golden
I
apple.
ask.
Oh, look, let me pull out my notebook. Yeah, it loves golden apples.
We're not giving it in, right? Just letting it see it.
I suppose I don't see any rams though. Currently.
You're not getting too attached to that, are you, Fleece?
I just like it.
He says with his gold-rimmed nostrils.
We could always
Why
get
don't you let somebody
more.
else hold that for a moment?
I do have to ask, it is an attunable item. Have you attuned to it during the time that you've had it? It's been like 4 or 5 days now.
I mean, I guess I would have. Yeah, I'm kind of just like
Oh.
holding it a lot.
Do you have
Yeah.
the slots?
Oh,
Oh.
maybe? Alright. Yeah, let's
It's not
see.
one of those fun cursed items, is it?
It's a little cursed. Not the end of the world. I think we talked about it before, but I'll refresh everybody's memories. If okay, I'll let you think about it real hard. Roll20 compendium, and I will just go and look in the book. I know that you're working real hard to help half the people on the planet play Dungeons and Dragons, so we're gonna excuse any of your bad behavior right now. So, oh, look at that! It popped up the information. Yeah, this is a wondrous item. It requires attunements. It is an apple wrought from solid gold, so beautiful that they inspire immense greed in anyone who sees them. On a turn, the owner of a golden apple may use an action to throw it. Everyone within a 30-foot radius of where the apple lands must make a DC 18 Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they must use their next turn to move towards the apple and attempt to take it for themselves. The saving throw is repeated on each turn if no one has possession of the apple. No other activities are possible while wanting the golden apple. Once a creature has taken possession of the apple, they will spend the next day jealously guarding it. Weaker creatures, such as bandits or goatlings, may attempt to run away and hide it from others. So this is an extremely dangerous item. It's like the One Ring on crack. And being a great father, Pythor gave it to his son.
Oh, great. The one guy we can't take it from by force. That's fantastic.
Just like it, alright? Stop asking about it.
Kyra
Well,
just
do
kind
you
of
have
sighs.
another
Yeah, Kyra
plan?
sort of sighs, looking at the apple, like, golden apple. Can't believe that fat bastard was holding out on me.
Well,
Yeah,
how
this is
else
good.
should we lure the ram then? Phil, maybe you could yell at it.
Yeah, I was just gonna call for it. Do you want to go up to the river and see if,
Yeah, I mean, you guys could freely explore the map. Phil, go ahead and give me a perception check. Astreus, give me a perception check as well, as you were second on the scene there. Okay, Phil, you notice a glint of gold. At first, you're worried that it's the ram come to steal your apple, but then you remember it is your apple. Astreus, you see that some of the ice, right around here, is broken up a bit. That is the sort of thing that strong creatures do when they want to take a drink from a frozen river.
I will point that out to everybody that there's a crack in the ice over there. Possibly because he was drinking.
I'll fly up a little bit and I'll tell everyone about this little small grouping of trees.
Okay. Yeah, there is there's a little copse of pine trees over there.
That's the word.
Kind of lead out into a bigger forest off the map a bit.
How solid is this river? Like if I start poking it with the butt end of my
The
spear.
river looks to be about a foot thick of ice. So whatever smashed through the ice must have been incredibly strong.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm gonna cross the river. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can I send Paratos to do a perimeter search, try to look for this thing?
Yeah, sure. You're gonna have him do a cacaw like Assassin's Creed Odyssey flyover.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Things of interest. There are some Arctic foxes a ways off, going about their business. The forest itself, there are some wolves up in there. There may or may not be some yetis south and west of your location. But as far as a big-ass golden ram, Paratos is not seeing anything.
Gotcha.
Could be hiding in. What was that word again? Hypatia?
The ethereal plane.
Yeah, that's the one. Everyone step to the left. We might be able to see it.
But remember what I said in my 3-hour lecture and the follow-up 2-hour lecture like 2 nights ago. They can see you from the ethereal plane. The ethereal plane is the realm of spirits, right?
do we know does the ram have a name, or is it just Golden Ram?
Ooh, she looks a bit like flummoxed by that question. I didn't actually see any record of a name.
Yeah, Anastasia will confirm that. Just kind of talk over what the notes they got. I know.
I mean,
no name.
I was like, do animals normally have names? You would know this, right, Anastasia? Because you talk to animals.
Yeah, not normally.
Maybe
It's gotta be a little
address it as
confusing.
the
At parties.
Ram of Legend.
Yeah.
you know Celestial? It's supposed to be a creature for good.
Phil,
Yeah,
you do feel maybe the hint of a hot breath on your neck, heavier than your sister's.
I'm gonna just say in Celestial,
Do you speak Celestial
great
too?
Ram of Legend, please provide us an audience.
Mm. All right. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Damn, I should have said demand an audience.
Wow, everybody speaks Celestial.
I mean, I took Celestial because I'm like kind of like part deity. I don't know.
With a giggle that I could never recreate, Hypatia giggles and says that, well, if it makes you feel better, I don't speak Celestial.
Nor do I.
Okay. As you say that, you think you hear sort of a... Meh. Phil, I'll be honest, right now you are surrounded. If the Chosen of the Oracle wanted to, they could try to take your apple.
Phil trusts the chosen.
Okay, fair enough. It's just a
Life.
fleeting thought. Just a fleeting thought. Just a fleeting thought.
Not his apple.
Okay.
Astraeus, you're always talking to gods and why don't you talk to it? I think Phil's kind of like he's like shaking like.
It is cold out. It is cold out.
And he's wearing nothing.
Yeah.
No, he put on his bigger loincloth.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Don't you have like half plate now or something?
No, a breastplate.
No.
It's really freezing the dip.
Astraeus is just gonna try and call out, hopefully in a bit smoother tone than Philippocles. I will ask the golden ram if it may reveal itself so that we, the chosen of the oracle, can have an audience with it.
Okay.
We have heard tales of your greatness and have been told that your blessing can mean the difference between success or failure on a grand quest. We seek this blessing.
Okay. Okay. There's some honey words. All right. Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Yay! And because it's a celestial, I add 2 to this.
Oh, nice.
So that'd be an
Okay.
18.
All right. There is a shimmer, and then the sun alights on the brilliant hide of a golden ram. It's pretty big.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's really gold and really big.
And it's
In Celestial, it replies, you are the chosen, like in the songs.
Yes, that we are.
As Philippocles approaches, you see its eyes go wide and its nostrils begin flaring. There is hungy sounds coming from it. It begins to paw at the snow and ice. Not aggressively, but maybe overly excited. Like when your dog knows you got the good treats and might kill you for it if you don't follow through. Like that kind of thing.
We'll kind of back up then.
All right.
I see you've seen our offering.
Most seek me out for resurrections. But all of you seem to be fine.
Does that happen often?
We
You would be surprised what grief does to people.
Meanwhile, Kyra is translating for Hypatia, but like really bad, like Chinese kung fu dub. Like, yeah. He says, "Give me the apple, or you will taste eggplant pie in your butthole."
Phil here said he backs up even more.
we have not come for resurrection. We have come to ask of you the boon of your fleece.
Nah. If I give you my fleece, I'll have to go south.
Yeah, it's really cold up here.
I like it up here. My fleece keeps me nice and warm.
Surely there must be something that you desire.
Astreus!
You see the creature just eyeing Philippocles. There's like a long shoelace of drool kind of hanging from its mouth.
Perhaps there is. Normally, I would require a quest. But I know from the stories you're already on one. I should be flattered that you came to see me before Telemach.
As I said, we were told that your blessing can mean the difference between success or failure on a grand quest.
I doubt that taking my fleece with you to Telemach will help.
Telemach is but a step on a much longer quest.
Yeah, it's super distracted. It just keeps looking over at Philippocles and
So-
kind of letting out low bleating grunts.
Well, Astreus actually turns to motion at Philippocles, who he thought was about 10 feet behind him. And now sees that Philippocles is like standing in the middle of the river, and he's just like, and looks at Anastasia, concerned. This is not going according to plan.
No.
Tell him how his fleece will help us.
I mean, we know that his fleece can be used by Vulcan.
We
The
heard
creature kind of
stories
narrows
that
its eyes.
You'll make shoes out of me.
not out of you, but we heard stories that you enjoy wrestling.
Ah, I do.
Philippocles is a great wrestler.
It looks over at Philippocles hungrily.
Perhaps a wager?
A wager? What is the wager?
A wrestling match. If Phil bests you, you give us the fleece.
It lets out a low sort of chuffing, like bleating sound that is probably laughter. It says,
I am a beast of legend, not like that pig you fought. I possess true magics. I would feel terrible if I were to kill the son of Pythor.
Well, this would be a wrestling match. Not one with magic.
it sort of just looks at you and is like,
I am magic. How about this? I have not had a golden apple in a long time, and it would help me to grow a new fleece. I can smell one. It lured me here.
Phil, I told you this
You
thing. Go ahead. Phil, this thing
You
is incredibly fast.
trade me the apple, and we will spar.
Sounds fair enough.
That sounds like a great deal, Phil.
What?
It
No.
would
get
be
to
an
spar
honor
with the
to
ram.
fight against the great chosen of the Oracle, and a treat to know that my days will be spent on the peaceful southern beaches. No heroes beseeching my aid, for word will spread that you have my fleece.
How about and Phil's kind of like really audible.
Like shouting across the river.
How about we all spar, and if we win, you just give us the fleece. And if you win, you can have the apple.
And keep my fleece.
That doesn't sound like a great deal, Phil.
What do you mean? That sounds like
What
the
should
ideal
happen
deal.
if I kill one of you?
I mean, you can resurrect.
Hmm.
Then
What if you
may
kill me?
We wouldn't do that.
Phil, why don't we just trade the apple?
You say that, but I recognize that one over there. She used to hang out with the murder hobos.
Oh.
Kyra kind of stumbles for a second and then says, and then he said, I'm big stupid goat. I'm not even ram. Me so dumb. And everyone assembled who doesn't speak Celestial's like nodding like, oh, okay, that's what happened. All right.
Oh, come on. You can't add a character backup every time somebody measures you.
I see your eyes.
All right, I will take this challenge. Here, let us swear an oath. I will resurrect any who die in battle against me, and you, cannot slay me.
Deal. I swear the oath. If everyone's in
swear.
agreement.
I am
Sure, no one
a
get
celestial being and have the ability to quantify my life force in a percentage way. When I reach a certain point, if that happens, it sort of chuffs into its own wool pridefully, I will yield. If you continue to strike me after I yield, may you be damned by the fates and the gods and every beast and bird and fish.
That's fair. But no planar travel, because that's beyond us. We must keep this here, where it's fair.
Being able to shift between worlds is what makes me who I am. That would be like saying you have to fight with a bow.
I may be able to do that someday, but I'm just saying it's kind of.
Let us just come as we are. I will not flee. I will fight until all are defeated, or until you have wounded me sufficiently.
Phil kind of looks at everyone, slowly
right.
walking back forward.
Kyra actually translates correctly, and Hypatia immediately, she and her like snakes look over to Phil to make sure he's not agreeing to some oath without her having a say in it. All the snakes give you the "we're watching you" look.
I still don't
I was
understand why
hoping
you
we
won't
could do
just
this
give him the apple.
peaceably.
Astreus is gonna fall to his knees and begin a prayer to Mitros.
Okay.
I'm gonna ready a rage for when the contest starts.
Okay.
How about you just give him the apple? and he gives us the fleece, and everyone.
It's just a friendly sparring match. This is.
Can I
This is good.
cast suggestion on Phil?
I mean,
That's PvP.
That's kind of
I
PvP.
know.
it's pretty PvP,
So I
but
won't.
it's also super addictive when you start mind controlling your teammates.
I'm gonna ask you, Anastasia. Do you want to make me give up this apple?
I don't know. I feel like you'll be fine as soon as the apple's not in your possession.
I thought that was the point, Philippicles. When you brought it to us, you said that it was because you had heard that we could use it in our dealings with the ram. And now you seem different.
I've had some time with it.
Please, Phil, please. Can I persuade him? I don't know.
I mean, you could. I mean, you guys could take this thing. Maybe. For CR, it says question mark.
I mean, we won't die,
Hopefully.
at least.
Yeah, but we could do
Like
this
he'll
whole thing and
promise
lose
us to revive
everything
us.
because we could lose everything just because Phil doesn't want to give up the apple.
Well, no, we lose the apple if we lose.
You also don't get the fleece.
Yeah, but do we really need the fleece?
I guess not.
If-
I was just happy to have a
if-
friendly conversation with it. Also,
Well, I mean, this is better
missions
than
to
a
sex.
battle to death. You know.
I mean, it's win-win for this thing. If you just agree to trade, it came to the conclusion. Oh yeah, you guys are semi-famous. People will hear that you took my fleece, then nobody will be bothering me until it grows back. Which, if anybody's been in a very important position where they get a lot of questions all the time, but people always asking for help, maybe you could relate to how this poor ram feels when people always coming at him for help and pulling him in every direction, always wanting help from him. So like they just go to the beaches and hang out until his new fleece grows in and everything's cool. Maybe he'll look you guys up later if he needs help with something, like he's networking right now.
Yeah, maybe we'll look him up later.
And if you guys have a fight, then he gets to go, he gets a little famous because he got to fight the Chosen. So he either kills them or he was bested by them like an OG Beast of Legend, but he doesn't have to die like an OG Beast of Legend. So I mean, he kind of feels like he's negotiated this conversation rather well, and he definitely understands where Phil's coming from because he feels the same way about that apple, Phil. There's 3 people here right now. Well, there's 3 creatures here right now that would maybe fight to the death over this, if oaths were not sworn, etc., etc.
I mean, the way Astraeus looks at it is, if we do, I mean, the trade would be preferable, but the fight, because it would be a non one side kill the other fight, he's okay with that too. Because if we do win, that's yet another thing we can use to add to our fame, as opposed to just they traded. Yeah, sure. That's also a win part of it, I suppose. For Phil.
I mean, did you hear what it does? It's not like this thing's useless. It's pretty incredible.
Yes, but in order to use it, you would have to throw it. And let's face it, you would never do that.
Yeah, at this point, you need to will save to even use it.
I don't know about that. I mean, if
Well,
all my allies were dying,
if he used a thing, his attunement slot, he technically has enough sense of ownership that he could use an action to throw it.
Right. Well, anyways, should we do a quick vote?
I mean, technically we're at time, so you could spend a week weighing the pros and cons, and also decide if, since you already climbed all this way up into the mountains, you could just go to Telebach from here and not have to climb all the way down the mountains and then all the way back up the mountains again.
I mean, I think that's pretty much the plan.
Yeah.
Whenever we're done with this, I think we're going directly to Telemac.
Yep.
All right. Fair enough. I'll let you guys hash it out. It is a very tricksy item to have in your possession. some might argue that getting rid of the item period would be probably beneficial. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like I said, I feel like trade would be the most beneficial.
I feel like the most benefit technically would be getting the fleece and keeping the apple.
All right. Well, we got 2 weeks, right? And then
Oh
we
yeah,
can
that's
ask
right.
Hypatia
Yeah, we're gonna
as
take.
well.
Yeah, we're taking next week off. So 2 weeks from now, one way or the other, you'll resolve your encounter with the ram, and then begin your journey to Telemach and the third trial.
Sounds good.
All right. Announcements tomorrow is Acquisitions Incorporated. Wednesday, Anastasia's player is running a game. Yeah.
I'm running a game Wednesday. 6 EST, but I think I only have 1 slot left. Maybe I'll have to double check. But it's down at the very bottom of the Discord.
Yo, I was reading it during while I was doing stuff. I could play if you want to fill that slot.
Sure.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I haven't made a character for it yet, but I'm gonna plan it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that tonight.
Thursday, Skull Shackles. Friday is Storm King Thunder. Then taking a week off from DMing games, but there will be games being played through the server. There's like a Lakatha Rising where you play as catfish people, and there's the conclusion, I think, of the West Marches storyline. There's a lot of stuff going on next week, so keep an eye out for that. If any of you guys want to run a game or an adventure, this would be a great week to do it. Would be next week. Oh yeah, and then there's the build contest that ends on Friday as well. So and we got an artist hanging out on the server that's doing color headshots that are the perfect size and shape to go inside a miniature ring or a token ring. So if you've ever wanted to get some art made for a character, but you didn't want to take the plunge and get like full on, like full body, hundreds of dollars worth of art, I think she does a really great job, and she's doing like a big bulk rate for our Discord server. So basically anybody that wants one, it ends up being like $15. So pretty sweet to get custom miniature basically of your character. So
yeah.
Does she do full
What's
body
it
ones?
like?
What do you mean? What's it like? Oh, to get art done for your character? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. So
I think Talos asked a legitimate question.
Oh, does she do full body? Yes, she definitely does full body shots. Yep. You could just talk to her directly about that kind of stuff. So,
Okay, cool.
Yep. All right. So that is all the announcements I have. So, all right. Thanks for hanging out tonight. It was a lot of role play. I think it was a lot of good role play. I think you guys are great role players. So it's always a pleasure to kind of role play with you and see what's going on in your heads and what's going on with your stories and stuff like that. So, yeah. Other than that, I'll just see you around the Discord server.
Right.
Alrighty.
All right. Good night.
Good. Cheers, Crash.
Right.